Hello everyone. Are you interested in studying Microsoft Excel at all levels, from beginner to expert? If you want to study MS Excel from beginner to intermediate level, you have come to the perfect site. Therefore, if you need to understand sophisticated Excel techniques, this course is for you. Here are some of the things you will learn in this course. All of MS Excel's advanced applications, all of MS Excel's fundamental abilities, advanced Excel function, formulas, and many more. Therefore, you can enroll in our course if you wish to increase your knowledge of Microsoft Excel. If you run into any difficulties while learning, I will be here to support you. So I am expecting you to have you in my next lesson. Welcome to the lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about 5 advanced Excel formula or function which is going to help you in your daily life. So without any further ado, let's start off with the first lesson or the first function, which is going to be offset and match. So here what I'm going to do is make a data validation table over here. Go to data tools, select on data validation. From here select list, and then just press or select the source. Which I'm going to do is just, let's say, the cases or the growth rates. I'm going to press enter, and then that is going to be it, the data validation table. From here, now you can select whichever one you want. So first off, what I'm going to do is obviously select on the worst cases because that is the first one. So first, what I'm going to do is select that. Now what I'm going to do is get the revenues from 2018 to 2023. Okay, it started from 2017, so this is going to be the starting value, which is going to be a close like 10 million and then 23,000. Okay, so I'm gonna do is just press on equal, select on this, and then what I'm gonna do here is, let's say I'm gonna do is multiply it. I have to multiply it, open parentheses, 1 plus, and then where you want your data to, like, so then what I'm gonna do is close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is gonna be it. Now what I'm gonna do is press shift, select and control R, and that is going to be the value of, let's say, the growth rates. Now as I got the growth rates, now I'm going to do is get the growth rates of how it's going to work out. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is obviously use the function called offset equal offset, open the parentheses and select the reference, which is going to be this one. After selecting the reference, then I'm going to do is equal or comma, and then use another function called match, which I said from the beginning because I'm gonna use match function. Then that is gonna be it. Now I'm gonna do is lock the cell by using F4. After locking the cell, F4, now I'm gonna do is obviously select the cases. After selecting the cases, press comma. The lookup array is gonna be this one. This is gonna be the lookup array. Now lock that one too, F4. After locking that one, then comma 0, and then what I'm gonna do is comma 0 because that is gonna be the exact match. And I'm gonna do is close the parentheses. After closing the parentheses, comma, and then again close the parentheses, and that is gonna be it. Well, if it is that one, now I'm gonna do is, let's check on it another time if there's like a problem. So first is offset, then this one, then match, and then this, and then comma, and then this one, and then this one again, comma 0, close parentheses, and that is going to be it. Well, if it's worked, so this is going to be it. Now I'm going to do is again use that function or that way of like using or selecting all of the cells, control R, and you can see all of them are 0. Well, you don't have to worry that much because if it's like, you can also change it to 1, let's say 1. You can see that all of them are now 0.6, control R, and you can see that all of them are now have like a different value. If you want to take them to percentage, just select on percentage. And a thing you have to keep in mind that you can also use this data validation table to like change or see however it works. So this is how your match and offset function is going to work in Microsoft Excel. So as you've got it, now what we're going to do is go to another or the next function, which is going to be text function. So I'm going to go to another sheet. So here what I'm going to do is, let's say I have a ton of, or maybe some of the values of products and prices over here. Now I'm going to do is find out the increased price by using the percentage. I also have the percentage, which is right over here, but you don't have to worry about it. We're just going to do it by using the function called substitute. What I'm going to do is type in equal substitute. Now as I've used substitute, I'm going to do is select the price, open the parentheses. I'm going to do is equal, open parentheses, or you can, if it does not work, just do this like this, and then what I'm going to do is you substitute, and then what I'm going to do is select the text, as I've selected the text. After selecting the text, that has been done, so I'm going to do is put in a comma, and after putting in a comma, then we're going to do is put double quotation, because that's just according to the value, double quotation, comma again, and then what I'm going to do is add another double quotation, comma, and then another double quotation, comma. There's going to be two double quotation, one, let's say 1 2 3, and then what I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to put another double quotation, and then this time I'm going to use a full stop. After using the full stop, I'm going to put in double quotation and then comma. Well, that is how it's going to look like, or you can use another one, or maybe let's say close it and then close the parentheses. After closing the parentheses, and you will see that the same value will appear up. Enter, and you can see the same value has appeared up, but now in decimals. But when in decimals, what you're gonna do is you can add more, or you can use another function called value. So if you want to use the function called value, I'm going to select on it, and I'm going to type in value. And now as I've opened the parentheses, now you can do is, let's go to the end of it. After going to the end of it, I'm going to do is multiply it by 1.1. Multiply 1.1, and that is going to be it. You can see that how it works is press enter. I'm going to accept this, and that is going to be the percentage. Or if you want to use like the 16 percentage, so if it's like 16, I'm going to do is, let's say 1.6. Enter, and that is going to be the increased price of this value. Okay, I'm going to use the fill header to fill up the other ones, and that is going to be it. So this is how you can use this function to find out the values of your increased price, or let's say even decreased price. So this is how this function works. Now I'm going to do is go to another function in another sheet, which is called, or which is going to be the nested date function. To find out the nested date function, I'm going to do is find out the values right over here. Okay, but you can see that I have a ton of data over here, which is going to be 2023 most of the time. So I'm going to do is, let's say according to the employees, I'm going to find out the sale commissions right over here. So I'm going to do is type in equal, I'm going to type in, like, let's say first I'm going to type in month function. Now as I type in month, I'm going to select this cell. After selecting this cell, I'm going to do is use another function, or later on, but I'm going to do is close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it. So as that is it, so I'm going to do is obviously use a ton or maybe more functions right over here, because I want the nested values. Okay, so if I want the nested values, I obviously have to put like a round up function. So I'm going to do is round up, and as the roundup function has been added, so I'm going to do is go over here and put in the number digit, comma, and let's say the number digit is 0. If I want to put in the 0, so I'm going to do is type in 0, and you have to do is sometimes, like when after you select the cell, then I'm going to do is slash, okay, or maybe oblique, whatever you tell. Okay, I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to put oblique over here, and then what I'm going to do is 3, 0, and then close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it. Okay, so I'm going to do next is, let's say I'm going to do the same thing over here by using shift and then selecting all of them, control R, and you can see you got the values of the other ones. Now I can do another thing by using another function, or maybe putting some other values. So let's say I want to like express them as R or maybe V. So if I want to do that, so I'm going to do is concatenate this data. So I'm going to do is equal, let's say double quotation, I said R, so I'm going to do is keep R, and then I'm going to do is double quotation again, and then I'm going to do is concatenate this data. So I'm going to do is ampersand, and that is going to be it for like concatenating the data. I'm going to type in this, and you can see the R1 has been added. I'm going to use the fill header to get the other values, and you can see all of them are now R1, R2, R3. Now you can see R4 and R2, so you can see how this function works. And you can also add more values over here by concatenating some more. So I'm going to do is add another ampersand, and then what I'm going to do is double quotation, and then minus, and then what I'm going to do is double quotation again, double quotation, ampersand, and you can see that the year if you want it. So I'm going to do is use another function called the year, and when I use the year function, I'm going to do this cell or select this cell. After selecting the cell, I'm going to do is close the parentheses, and you can just hit enter, and that is going to be it. And you can use the fill header to get the other values. You can also get it by dragging it down right like this, but as I don't want that, so I'm going to do is keep it right over here, and that is how you will get the results. Now what I'm going to do is show you another function or advanced function, which is going to be XLOOKUP and wildcard. If you've used HLOOKUP and VLOOKUP, well, XLOOKUP will be quite a lot the same. So I'm going to do is show you XLOOKUP how it works. So I'm going to do is, let's say I need a name over here, so I'm going to do is find a value for Coke. So I'm going to put Coke over here. You can also use data validation to find out the sales amount. So I'm going to do is type in equal XLOOKUP, my bad, XLOOKUP. Then I'm going to do is open the parentheses, and from here I'm going to use this cell as the reference. Now I'm going to do is put in a comma, and now I want like lookup values. So if I want the lookup value, I can do that, but I'm going to do is put in ampersand. If I want to use ampersand and then double quotation and then multiply it and double quotation it again, then put in a comma, I'm going to do is select the range. After I select the range, you can see it right over here. If you want to like lock in the values, you can also do that, but now I'm gonna do is put like not use like lock in values. I'm gonna do is, now I want the return value. If I want the return value, I'm gonna do is select all the sales amount, because I want the sales amount of all of that. I'm gonna put in a comma again, and if I want to put another comma, and I'm gonna put another comma, and then I want like, let's say wildcard character match. I'm going to select on this or type into how it's going to work. But like now I'm going to do is close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it for Coke right over here. If you change the name of it, let's say I'm going to use JFP, and you can see for JFP I'm getting the same values. Well, in HLOOKUP and VLOOKUP, you might feel sometimes that if you don't have all the characters matched, it might not like put up the value. But here you can put up anything like capital letters or maybe like small letters, but it's still gonna find out the same type of values or which you're searching for. So I'm gonna do is type in TWIX. Still, it's gonna find out the Twix's values. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is show you the last function, which is going to be the sort and filter function. Well, this is one of the most basic and really easy function, so I'm going to do is show it to you right here. So I'm going to type in equal filter, and then what I'm going to do is select the whole cell. You can see right over here. So I'm going to put in a comma, and now what you can do is include. So I'm going to do is include the department. So I'm going to do is select all of the department which I have over here. So as I have all of the like, let's say I have all of the departments over here, so I'm going to do is put in comma, and now I'm going to do is, let's say I want equal. No, I'm going to do is, let's do another thing. Let's, after selecting the cell like C3, let's say from here to here. After selecting all of that, I'm gonna do is put in from here. I'm gonna do is another bracket or another like whatever you call it, and then I'm gonna do is, instead of this, I'm gonna put in like equal, and then I'm gonna like put in double quotation, and now I'm gonna do is, let's say, arcade, as we have arcade over here, double quotation, and I'm gonna do is close like double quotation, close the parentheses, and then what I'm gonna do is multiply it. So if I want to multiply it, then double like open parentheses again, and now what I'm gonna do is select another cell, which is gonna be the location. So I'm gonna select all of the cells or all of the values in location, and I'm gonna do is equal, and then for that I'm gonna type in another value, which is gonna be double quotation. Let's say I want Paris. Now if I want Paris, then I have it, then like double quotation, cross it again, or like close the parentheses again, and that is gonna be it. Hit enter, and you can just accept this value. And if you don't get this value over here, so I'm gonna do is show you, or maybe we have to like look in. Okay, I'm gonna do is New York City or whatever you have here. So I'm gonna do is hit enter, and you can see, yes, if it's a calc value or calc error, you might see that there might be some of the mistakes which you have done. Okay, so I'm gonna do is check on it again if it's like actually works. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I have it over here, the filter function, then I've selected the whole cell, and then put another comma. So I'm gonna do is comma, then C3 to C9, then I'm gonna do is equal, and then let's say arcade, like double quotation over here, then multiply, then D3 to D9, and then equal, let's say Paris. Well, that's supposed to be it. Well, if you don't get a value over here, so I'm gonna do is just use another function or use another formula right over here. So I'm gonna do is, let's select the array. Well, all of these arrays are now selected. I'm gonna do is F4, F4. Let's lock in the values if it works. If it still does not work, well, there might be some issues which we're getting right now. So I'm gonna do another thing, like using the same function or the same values over here, or you can also use the filter function like directly. Okay, if you don't want to like take any hassle, just click on this filter function, and you can select on this, or you can just make an array by selecting them. Okay, let's say I want, like, I'm gonna do is go to data, and then I'm gonna data validate them all on the list. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna select here, I'm gonna do is data validate them list, and I'm gonna select the array. That is gonna be it. Hit enter. That is gonna be it. Now you can select whichever data you want. Let's say for cable I want this one, and you can use another data validation over here. Just go here, take list, then select the department, hit enter. That is gonna be it. Use this or use this one, and you can select whichever one you want. Let's say for cable, and now I'm gonna do is photography. Now if I want location, I can also do that. I'm just gonna use the data validation over and over again, and that is how you will be able to get all of your data however you want them to be. So thank you for watching this video, and hope you guys understood everything. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're going to learn about creating an entry bill, or a bill entry in Microsoft Excel. Well, this is the correct software for making an entry bill or invoice, so stay tuned so you can get all of the details or all of the steps how you can make an entry bill. So right here on this sheet is also an entry bill, and we're gonna make it, or we're gonna show you how we can make it from scratch. So first off, we're gonna get a new sheet. If you don't have a new sheet, just open up a new Excel workbook. So if you know what a workbook and a worksheet is, so worksheet are these sheets in like a specific workbook, and when you open up new Excel, that is gonna be a workbook. So first off, what we're gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna merge all of these cells, and here is gonna be, or we're gonna make a simple or a similar like format how we can make an Excel entry bill, okay, or also called as an invoice. Okay, so as we did just the first one, or the first one as we did was like making the name or using the name. So first what I'm gonna do is merge all of these cells, or you can merge all, like make maybe more, so you can add the name. So first it's gonna be the name of the company or industry, whatever it is. So let's say ABC Industries, and then we go to the next one, and that is gonna be the location. So I'm gonna merge these cells too, and that's gonna be the location. Let's say XYZ or maybe let's turn with LAX, so let it be LAX. Now I'm gonna merge these cells again, and here I'm gonna put the name or what it is. So bill, let's say entry. Well, that is gonna be it. Now I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna increase the size a bit. I'm gonna do is bold them. I'm gonna do the same thing over here, bold them. And now I'm gonna do is, let's make some borders. So what I'm gonna do is, let's say border is done. I'm gonna do is keep tick bottom borders, so it's like divided, or we can see all of them. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. We can also add like tick outside borders over here, so we can differentiate. I'm gonna do the same thing. Let's say I want thinner borders, which is right over here. So I'm gonna do is, let's make this tick borders again. And now as it is done, I'm gonna do is, now I'm gonna like add all of the things. Let's say this is gonna be the bill. My bad, bill. Let's say bill number. I'm gonna do is press tab, then the name of the items. Now I'm gonna do is the rate. Now I'm gonna do is put the quantity, and now I'm gonna do is put the amount. Now as we see that all of them are right over here, so I'm gonna merge, or like keep them like this, keep it till here. Do is merge them, merge, unmerge, keep it according to however it is. Now as they are done, I'm gonna do is erase the extra ones because I don't need any of it, or I want a like a premium, or a, like, let's say a professional looking one. Merge, merge. Now as all of them are done, I'm gonna do the same thing, or you can do is add in the borders again. I'm gonna do is tick borders, same thing over here. I'm gonna keep thin borders over here. Now as all of them are done, I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna bold each of these ones, and I'm gonna do later, I'm gonna add the margin, but let's say I want to add bill number. Let's say I want like random numbers which I can use over here. Well, that is gonna be it. Let's say now the items. Now you can put any items. Let's say mugs, glasses, then let's say plates. I'm gonna do is place forks, spoons, pantries. What I'm gonna do is place mats. Now as they are done, I'm gonna put in rates, and later on I'm gonna add the $sign on each of those, or the, like a money format. Let's say I'm gonna put 361, let it be this, let it be this. My bad. Let's say keep them 3-digit number. I don't want it to be that expensive, so I'm gonna keep it like this. And now you're gonna add the quantity. Let's say 63, 74, 273, 31, 13, 63, 73, 42, and then let's say 71 again. Now I'm gonna put the amount. If you want to put the amount, you can just multiply it. Okay, so let's say I want to multiply equal into this one, and that is gonna be it. That is gonna be the amount. I'm gonna use the same format over here. Well, that is gonna be it. Now as I've got all of them, now I want to like find a total, so I'm gonna make a total like place over here. So I'm gonna do is merge these cells, merge these two again, merge. I'm gonna merge them again. Before that, I'm gonna do is, let's say I want to like differentiate all of them, so I'm gonna do is keep them like this. I'm gonna add margins over here too. Margins. I'm gonna do margins over here. I could have done it like whole, but yeah, okay. Now as all of them are done, I'm gonna do is keep the total, and let's say GST. Now GST is gonna be the percentage, so I'm gonna do is, let's say I want, or let's say it's like 20%. Okay, so as this is 20%, I'm just gonna keep it like this, and then I'm gonna do is the grand total, because you need the grand total. Okay, as the grand total is now done, you can see right from here it is gonna be like this, and then we're gonna add in paid in like either cash or either check, and I'm gonna also keep a space for the signature. So I'm gonna do is find out the total over here. So I'm gonna equal auto sum all of these, or like keep a sum of these. Now I'm gonna do is, let's say my bad, I'm gonna do is sum, my bad, uh, sum, open parentheses, select all of them, close the parentheses, hit enter. That is going to be the total. And now another thing you have to keep in mind is the 20%. So I'm going to type in equal, first select the total, and then multiply it, open the parentheses, which is going to be 20%, so 20 divided by 100. So I'm going to do is close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be the GST total. Now what you're going to do is keep it like this, equal this one minus this one. If it's like this, that is going to be the grand total, because that is the GST. Now what I'm going to do is merge these cells, because I'm going to need like in which format like the money is given. So I'm going to do is keep them merged. I'm going to do is keep, like, let's say I'm going to merge all of these together so I can have a space over here. So I'm going to keep it like this. Now as I want like this, I'm gonna do is keep one. I'm gonna do is make data, okay, data place over here. So I'm gonna do is go over to the data tools. You can see that there are a lot of tools over here. From here, what we're gonna do is, let's say text to column, or you can do other stuffs. Well, that is also up to you, but we're gonna do is go to developer. After going to developer, we're gonna do is insert a box. So we're gonna do is use this ActiveX control. I'm gonna click on it, and what we're gonna do is make one over here. So as one of these boxes are made, these boxes are gonna be named into like VBA. You can also add that, but if we don't want that, we can also use the basic one, which is gonna be insert and select the farm control. So what I'm gonna do is make a box over here. Let's say the box is like this. Now you can add like the name. Okay, what we're gonna do is, let's say cut them, and let's say this one should be cash. So if it is cash, you can just click it like this. Now you can see that it is cash. Now I'm gonna do is insert another one, click on it, and make another one. Or you can also make like a copy of the first one just by click on it and then alt and then just drag it with your left mouse key. What we're gonna do is use a check. Now you can see that a check has been done. I'm gonna do is format it again because I didn't get the sheet. Okay, as now it is done. If you want to drag it, just click on it or right mouse click and then drag it wherever you want. Let's say I'm gonna put it over here. If you want to like align it, then you just have to press shift, but it's not aligned well. So I'm gonna do is keep it right over here, or maybe right over here, which is just as it's telling me. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. I'm gonna like drag it, hold shift, and then use this so that both of them are like aligned. I'm gonna keep it like this. Now both of them are aligned, so now as it is done, I can click on whichever one or whichever format the cash or the money is given. Now I'm gonna put a line over here. I'm gonna put is, let's say signature. I'm gonna do is not merge all of these. I'm gonna do the insert again or home. I'm gonna click on merge. Okay, as now they are merged, I'm gonna do is merge them together, and here I'm gonna do is, let's say I want like signature over here, signature, and I can see the signature type or like the text is over here, so people can use the signature. I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna keep it a bit over or under, wherever you want it to be. Let's say I want it on the top and then center, so you can have a space over here. I can use like a bit more space, like merge them, and then you can see that the pages are now done. I'm gonna do is, let's say as all of them are done, I'm gonna do is keep outer section over here. So I'm gonna do another thing is merge these cells, or like merge both of these cells. I can see that both of them are done. I'm gonna merge these cells too, so you can have a more space over here. Next thing what I'm gonna do is add let's say I'm gonna do is tick borders, so all of them are now like seen more clearly. And now I'm gonna do is, as all of them are done, I'm gonna align them according to their line, so that none of them are like, you know, doesn't have much space or doesn't look that bad. And now as it is done, I'm gonna do is, let's say it needs a bit more space over here. I can like align it a bit. Okay, I'm gonna keep it like this. and I'm gonna select all of them and make them center align so that it looks a bit more better and professional. Now as all of them are done, you can see the first one. Well, as you can see that I added a paid, so I'm gonna do is paid in, enter, and I'm gonna do is select this one, be on home, I'm gonna do is let's make them like this, and that should be it on how you can, like, you paid the cash, or if it's check, you can click on it and that will be marked. So that is gonna be it on how you can make an entry bill in Microsoft Excel. Hope you understood everything, and thank you for watching this. Welcome to another new lesson of Microsoft Excel. So today we're going to show you how date functions work in Microsoft Excel. So before going into the lesson, we're going to show you or tell you what date function is. So the date function returns the sequential serial number that represents a particular date. The date function syntax has the following arguments: year and requirements. The value of the year argument can include 1 to 4 digits. So you have to remember that if it exceeds 4 digits, so it's not going to work or show you an error. So as you can see that I have an range of data. So what we're going to do is start using the functions and show you how we're going to do them step by step. So first formula is going to be the today function. So let's say you want to find out or use the date of the day you're like using or making an Excel worksheet. So what we're going to do is just type in equal today, and then what we're going to do is open the parentheses and close parentheses. You don't even have to like enter any date or any digit inside the formula. Just type in enter, and it's going to show you the date of your working day. Now what we're going to do is you have to keep another thing in mind, that it's also going to upload or update the date when you're going to like open up Microsoft Excel. So let's say I've opened it on 10th March. Now if you open it on 11th or 12th, it's going to update automatically according to your CMOS. So what I'm going to do is next what I'm going to show you is the now function. So what we're going to do is just type in equal now, open parentheses and close parentheses. Hit enter, and it's going to show you date and also the time, and it's also going to do the same thing by uploading the values and the times according to whenever you open up Microsoft Excel. Now as you can see that I have some dates over here, which is 4th, then 5th, and also 6th. As you can see that when you enter a data like this in this format, it's already, or Microsoft Excel is going to scan the data and going to put it in a date format. So you don't have to worry about it like changing the format. As you can see that as I've put in the data, Microsoft Excel has already scanned the data and put it in a short date format. So I'm going to do is just type in equal, and now what we're going to do is find out the date. As you can see that I have 6 and 4, but I don't know which one is the month or which one is the date. I'm going to do is just type in equal, let's say date. What I'm going to do is type in date, open parentheses, select the cell, close the parentheses, hit enter. Okay, now you can see that there are too many years found. Okay, what I'm going to do is, let's say we're going to use day. Now as in day, now select the cell, close the parentheses, hit enter, and it's going to show you that its day is 4. So now you will be like sure that it's 4th of 6th month, which is going to be June. So now I'm going to do the next one, which is going to be the month function. So type in equal month, open parentheses, select the cell where you have your data or your date, close the parentheses, hit enter, and it's going to be 6th. Okay, now if you want to change it to a long date, just click on it and it's going to show you. So you don't have to worry about any of those stuffs. Just select the cell and just hit enter. Now I'm going to do it again, equal month, select the cell, close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it. And I'm going to do is make it into like short date or whichever type it is. Now I don't want any of that, so I'm going to do is just select general. So as it is in general right now, if it's not, just select on general and it's going to show you the specific type of data which you need. So I'm going to do it again, month, select the cell, close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be 6. Now the next thing I'm going to do is find the year from the cell. So as I've used day and month per year, we're going to use the year function, equal year, select the cell, close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it, 2022, just right here from. Now, the next thing what we're going to do is concatenate all of those values. As you can see, I have 4, 6, and 2022. So I'm going to do is type in equal, type in date, open parentheses, now select the whole cell. When you select the whole cell, it's going to scan all of the data one by one. If it does not, it's going to show you an error or a pop-up like this. So if it shows you like this, what we're going to do is select the data individually. So first off, it's going to be the year. So select the year, comma, then the month, comma, and then the day. Now close the parentheses, hit enter, and it's going to concatenate all of the datas into turning into a date. So I'm going to do is turn this into a long date so you can see that that is going to be Saturday, June 4th, 2022. Now what we're going to do is show you by adding and subtracting months by using eDates. Now what we're going to do is concatenate them again, equal date. Year is going to be this one, comma, month, comma, and then the date, which is going to be right over here on B3. Close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it. Now to add or subtract months by using eDate function, we're going to show it to you step by step. Also, you're going to need a reference, or also you can also use like minus or plus values. If you use minus, it's going to minus the months, but if you use a positive value, which is going to be, let's say 5, it's going to add the months. So I'm going to type in equal eDate, open parentheses. So first off, you're going to have to select the start date. So whenever you use a function, it's going to start or ask for some requirements or some criteria. So the first criteria is going to be the start date. So as I already have a starting date or a reference over here, so I'm going to do is select it, put in a comma, and then what I'm going to do is select the months. As I don't want to put in any months by typing in numerical values, so I'm going to select a cell by, like, let's say I have my reference value in C8. So I'm going to select this one, close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see that it's going to show me some values which are going to be in general. So what I'm going to do is go on home ribbon. From there, I'm going to select in the numerical values, and then select short or long date, whichever one we want. So it's going to be 11/6/2022. Let's say you don't know which month or day it is, so you can use the previous functions. Let's say I'm going to need the month. So equal month, and then the serial number, select the cell, close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be the first month. Okay, so I'm going to do is, we can do both month, date, and also years. Now I'm going to do is subtract 5 months from the starting date. So I'm also going to do is type in equal eDate. So I'm going to do is select the starting date, put in a comma, and then select the reference cell. Now you can see in the reference cell there is a negative value of -5. So as I've told you, when you add or use -5 value, it's going to subtract the data or subtract the months. Close the parentheses, hit enter, and you're going to get this value again. So I'm going to do is change it to a short date or date format. So as you can see that if I minus or subtract 5 months from the starting date, it's going to be 1st of January, day 6, 2022. But if you are still confused, use the function day or month to get the specific type of values which you require. Now what we're going to do is obviously going to add or subtract years. So if you want to do that, that is also possible. So I'm going to do is select or have a reference or the starting date. If you don't have the starting date in your reference cell, you can also type in the values in your formula. So I'm going to do is show it to you in a simpler way. So I'm going to do is type in equal. What you're going to do here is type in eDate. Another thing what you have to keep in mind that when you're adding or subtracting years, in like basic sense, you have to multiply it by 12 because 1 year contains 12 months. So if you just add in 10, 12, or let's say 10 years, it's not going to show you the year. Instead, it's just going to add up those 10 months. So I'm going to do is select the starting date, which is going to be A12, comma, and then the months. So I'm going to do is select this cell, and next what we're going to do is obviously going to use the star symbol or the multiply symbol. Then I'm going to do is multiply by 12. Close the parentheses, hit enter, and you're going to see a value, then change it to a date function. and now you can see the year is going to be 2032. But what I'm going to do is show it to you without using multiplying by 12. E-date, starting month is going to be this one, comma, and then let's say I want minus value, which is going to be the negative one, so it's going to minus or subtract the months. Close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it. I'm going to do is turn it into a date. Okay, now you can see that only 10 months has been deducted from the starting years. Okay, so I'm going to do is select on it again. Now I'm going to cut the parentheses, multiply it by 12, then close the parentheses, hit enter, and now you can see that 10 years has been deducted from the starting year. Now I'm going to do is I'm going to add and subtract days. If you want to do that, what you're going to do is just type in equal date, starting year, or the starting months, let's say year, month, and date. And then what you're going to do is just type in or add whichever data you want to enter. So I'm going to do is just select this and then add it, my bad, equal, selecting or starting date, then plus, which is going to be this one, enter, and that is going to be 5 days added to your starting date. I'm going to do the same thing by putting in a negative value. So I'm going to do is equal, then select the starting date, put in a plus or add symbol, and then select the next cell or the reference cell, how much days or how you want to add or subtract. Just hit enter, and that is going to show you the value of how it's going to work. So I hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to the lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson, we're going to learn about 10 job functions or 10 job formulas which are most asked or most used while doing a job. So the first of the formulas or the function are over here, the 10 of them. And without any further ado, let's start off by using them and how you will be able to use them. So the first of the function is going to be roundup function. So what does the roundup function do? Well, it does is when it gets a decimal point, it's gonna round the function up or get a round value of the next, let's say it's gonna be the upper value. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is gonna show you how you will be able to get the value. So let's say I'm gonna do is get a value first. So I'm gonna do is get the value over here. Okay, what I'm gonna do is equal, and let's say I want this value. I'm gonna divide it by, let's say 20, or yeah, let's get 20, and you can see that there is 181.2, but here I'm gonna get a round value. So I'm gonna do is equal round up, and I'm gonna get the number first, comma, and then the number digit. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I want 0. Close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see the upper value or the round figure of this value is going to be 182. So I'm going to do is, as you've seen what the round up value does, or the round up function, so I'm going to do is cut all of it and now show you the next one, which is going to be the round down value. So as you can see that I had the same number, which was the round up value. Well, it did was took you to the upper value of the decimal. Okay, but what round down value is gets you to the decreases the value and then rounds up or gives you a round figure of it. So I'm gonna do is round down and then select the number, comma, and the number digit is going to be 0. So I'm going to do is close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see the lower value or the round figure of it is 181. So that is what round down value does. So I'm going to do is cut it now, and you can see how the round down value does, okay, how it works. Next, what I'm going to show you is one of the basic or the most used function in Microsoft Excel is the sum. So how does the sum function work? Well, it just uses the basic function or the basic steps to just sum up all of the values which you get in a specific range. So I'm gonna do is just show you, it's really easy. And so I'm gonna do is just type in equal and then sum, open the parentheses, and then select the cells which you want to add. If you want to add up the whole amount, that is also can be done. So I'm going to do is round up all of the values, or just select all of the values and just hit enter, and you can see the all of the total of this amount is going to be this value. So you can see that this is how it works. If you want to use another function, as you can see right over here, which is the sum if value. So there are going to be some criterias. So I'm gonna do is use the sum if function right over here. Well, another thing which you have to keep in mind that if you want to auto sum things, what you're gonna do is just click on this value, or what I'm gonna do is, let's say AutoSum. So I'm gonna do is not this one, but select whole of the cell, just click on AutoSum, hit enter, and that is gonna be the AutoSum. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is use the function of SUMIF. So I'm gonna do is type in equal, and then type in SUMIF, open the parentheses, and you can see that there are several criteria which they need. So I'm gonna do is type in or use the values or the ranges just as it is given. So as you can see that I have like various values or various names over here. So I'm gonna select the range first. So if the range is this one, so I'm gonna select whole the range, well, that is gonna be it, and then put a comma. And then what you're gonna do is use the criteria. Let's say the criteria is select any one of these. Okay, let's say I want the value of birch, so I'm gonna click it or use this one, and I'm gonna put a comma, and then I'm gonna use the value or the amount, which if we want the amount, we can select that's like specific type of cell or column, but if you want location, you can also get that. So I'm gonna do is select all of it. When all of them are selected, that is going to be the sum range. So when the sum range is done, just close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see that during the SUMIF, you're going to get this value. For him, you got this value for birch 642, and you can see right over here. Well, there is also another type of like alternate function for this, but you can also change the value or the, let's say I want to change the criteria I want from Anaya. I'm gonna hit enter, and you can see the value or the amount for Anaya is gonna be 821. So that is how you can use the the SUMIF function. Now what I'm gonna show you is gonna be the COUNTIF function. Well, that is also very easy, but another thing that you have to keep in mind that if you change the value over here, the value is gonna change however you select it. So I'm gonna do is use another function, which is gonna be the COUNTIF function. So how does the COUNTIF function work? So if you want to use the COUNTIF function, just type in or start using COUNTIF or type in COUNTIF function. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right here is, just as we got this value, I don't need any of these anymore, so I'm gonna do is use the function. Okay, so I'm gonna do is cut it, and here I'm gonna find out the COUNTIF function. Well, the COUNTIF function works really different, so I'm gonna do is use another value or use another function. Okay, so I'm gonna do is use the function of COUNTIF. Before going to the COUNTIF, what we're gonna do is find out the count function or how the count function works. So before going that, we're gonna start off with the basic, which is gonna be the count function. Equal count, and then which is going to be the value 1. So if you want to use the value 1, we're going to do is select the cells. Okay, let's say the first cell is going to be these ones. So if I select all of these, well, and then close the parentheses, you're going to get this 1. As you can see that this is for Ryan only, so this is going to be 1. Okay, now what I'm gonna do right over here is use another function, which is over here. We can also use decimals like this to get like a specific value. Okay, so if you use both of them, it's gonna like round up too. So I'm gonna just show you over here, equal count, and then what we're gonna do is select both of these, close the parentheses, and you can see both of them or two of them are selected. If you select from here to here, it's gonna approximately like show you 9, because there are 9 like info of 9 people, so yeah, you can get like 9. Okay, now what I'm gonna show you is gonna be another function, which is gonna be the next one. So the next function is gonna work as if count A. So I'm gonna do what count A is just count average. So I'm gonna do is count A, hit enter, and you can see the average is gonna be 27. You can also do it right over here, just type in or use the A, hit enter, and that is gonna be it, round A. Okay, and you can see for all of them you get 27, 1 2 3 and till 9. So 9 into 3 is going to be 27. So that is how you can use the count A function. Okay, so what it does is just like counts all of the cells which contains the data. Now what I'm going to show you is the COUNTIF function. So the COUNTIF function also contains or uses some criteria. So I'm going to do is type in equal COUNTIF, and then select the range. So if you want to select the range, it's gonna be the names. Okay, so I'm gonna do is select all of the ranges right over here, put in a comma, and then select the criteria. So the criteria is gonna be the next one, or where we're gonna need the value. Okay, so let's say instead of that, before going into that, we're gonna use a reference. Before going into reference, I'm gonna select, let's say I want Ryan's data. Okay, so I put in Ryan over here, and I'm gonna do is count if, open the parentheses, then select the range, comma, and then the criteria for Ryan, and then close the parentheses if you want to do it, and then just close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is gonna be it. For Ryan, you get 1. But if you use both of the values, or let's say you're gonna select from from here to here, and then use more data, so it's gonna use up more value, and then put up more data or more number values right over here. Now as we are done with count function, we're gonna show you the VLOOKUP function. Well, VLOOKUP function is one of the most used functions in Microsoft Excel, because that is what the reference based function is. So I'm gonna do is use another function, or first off we're gonna use some references right over here. Let's say Ryan, and then I'm gonna do is Beck. Okay, we're gonna use both of these values. I'm gonna type in equal VLOOKUP and the lookup value. So the lookup value is gonna be the the reference. So I'm gonna use for Beck, comma, and the table array. We're gonna select whole of the array or the range, comma, and the column index number. Now the column index number is gonna be used like this. In basics, the column index starts from here, but it's gonna start from where you're gonna select the data. So if in basic, if A is 1, so if we select it from here, so for here C is gonna be the 1, or even if it's from here, so D is gonna be 1. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I want the amount of Beck. So Beck is in the third column, 1, 2, 3. So I want to type 3, comma, and now what type of value do you want? Most of the time we get type the exact match. You can double tap on it, or also type in false. Well, you can also double tap on it. That's gonna work the same way. Close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see the value for Beck is gonna be 341, just like this, 341. If I want to type in or use this function, or you just cut up the reference and use Ryan, hit enter, and you can see the amount of Ryan is 3624. Now as all of them are done, now what I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna type in 3000. Now what I'm gonna do right here is concatenate these data. Well, this is also a really useful function, so I'm gonna do is type in equal concatenate. I'm gonna do is text 1 is gonna be this one, comma, and this one, and close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see both of them are now concatenated. Well, not exactly the same, but if you use both of let's say 3624, even if you type it and then concatenate those data, well, it's gonna show you the same way, however the text is typed. So I'm gonna do is cut it now, and the last function is gonna be the average. So if you, let's say you want the average number of any specific range, so you can use this function, which is going to be average. So equal average, and type in the values, or select the whole range, close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be the average of whole of this range. Well, we can use another values, or let's say I'm going to use is different ones. So I'm going to do is type in this one, comma, let's say this one, comma, my bad, comma, and let's say this one, close the parentheses, and you can also keep going. And you can see for 3 of those values, the average is going to be 1905. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're going to learn about Excel macros. So what is Excel macros? Well, macro is how the programming language works in Microsoft Excel. But we're going to show you how you can record a macro or save in the VBA. So as both of them are correlated, macro and VBA, so I'm going to show it to you step by step and how you can record a macro. So before opening up or using a macro, you have to have this developer ribbon on. So how are you going to do it? Well, in default it's not open, or you might not be able to see it when you open up Microsoft Excel. So well, this is record macro, and this is how the coding section works. So first off, when you open up Microsoft Excel, just go to files, go to options, and go to customize ribbons. When you go to customize ribbon, on the right side you will be able to see a tab or a tab section. So you can see over there are a lot of tabs. From there, just select on this developer. Well, this will be unmarked. Just select on it, just press OK, and this developer tab or ribbon will appear up in Microsoft Excel in your screen. Now from here, we're gonna do is record a macro. So what recording a macro does is records all of the process, all of the formats, and even all of the functions and steps. Well, whatever you do, it's gonna copy all of those steps and then imitates them and lets you use it later on. Okay, well, what it does is saves you a lot of time, labor, and also makes your work a lot easier. So what we're gonna do here is, first off, I'm gonna do is copy all of these, Control C, go to another sheet, I'm gonna paste it right over here, or maybe like paste it on C3, which we have right here. So I'm gonna do is, as it is C3, I'm gonna press Control X and paste it on Control like C3. Okay, well, both of them are now on the same like range. Okay, well, I'm gonna do another copy of these, Control C, make another sheet, I'm gonna paste it on the same place. Well, now I'm gonna do is, as this is just a basic, I'm gonna show you the basic of how you can record a macro. Well, VBA is all of the like all the macros are gonna be saved, and I'm gonna show you an example later on too. So without any further ado, let's start off with the lesson. As you can see that I have a specific range of data over here, which is name, location, and amount. Well, let's do another thing. Let's make them to be money. Okay, I don't want decimals, so I'm gonna do is keep or remove all the decimals because I don't need any of them. So I'm gonna do here is get a sum. Okay, and then I'm gonna do is change the font and color of this. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is record all of it and apply the same things without wasting time on the next sheets. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I want the sum first. So without doing the sum, just go to developer, and then from here I'm gonna do is record a macro. Click on record macro, and this interface will open up. You can name your macro. Let's say I'm gonna do is sum. Another thing you have to keep in mind that spaces don't work in naming a macro. You have to use an underscore. So I'm gonna do is sum, color, and font, and maybe also the size. Not a comma, but an underscore. So when you put in underscore, then you can only save it. Next, what you can do is assign a shortcut key. You can assign a shortcut key. So keep in mind that, let's say in default Microsoft Excel has some shortcut keys, okay? But when you're gonna assign a shortcut key, like over it, like overlay that shortcut key, let's say Control C is for copy, but if you just use Control C right over here, so what will happen is copy key will be unbinded. Okay, only the macros will work. So you have to keep in mind that whichever key you are using, that key does not have an assigned function. Okay, so I'm going to use is Control J, as I don't have any function on Control J, or you can also use Shift plus J. Okay, let's say Shift J. Okay, but I don't want any of that because I don't have any function in Control J, so I'm gonna press J. Then you can store your macro wherever you want. You can like save it in this macro. Another thing you have to keep in mind that you can also like share the macro when you are like sharing your workbook. Let's say this workbook, and then it will be saved in this workbook, and when you save or share this workbook with someone else, that person will also be able to use that macro. But if you want to save it on personal macro workbook, only you will be able to use it, but when you share it, not that person will be able to do it. Okay, then if you want to save it on new workbook, that is also possible, but I don't want to take any hassle, so I'm going to just save it on this workbook. If you want to type in some description, that is also up to you. That's like totally optional. Then just press enter or OK, and you can see the macro is starting to record. Okay, now what I'm gonna do right here, just as I said, I'm gonna use is sum function, equal sum. I'm gonna do is select all of these values, close the parentheses, hit enter, and I got the sum value. Now what I was supposed to do is change the font. Okay, so if I want to change the font, I'm gonna do is, let's say, Algerian. Now all of them are done. I can't see, so I'm gonna do is make the size a bit bigger. So I'm gonna do is align all of them. And now what I'm gonna do is change the color of this header. So if I want to change the color of this header, I'm gonna do is, let's say, this one. Well, this one looks quite pretty. If I want to change, like, let's say I want to change the colors too, so I'm gonna do is keep it like this, or maybe something darker, or maybe even, let's say I want to keep it like this. Okay, this is not visible, so I'm gonna keep it dark green, and now you can see all of them are done. Well, next what I'm gonna do is just go to developer. Well, all of the functions are done, or all of the steps are done, so I'm gonna do is just stop recording it. Now you can see that you will be able to see that the macro has been recorded. And how you will be able to see, just click on macros and you can see that the macro has been saved. Now what I'm gonna do is show you how the coding or how the programming language worked in Microsoft Excel, right? If you want to see it, just go to VB and you can see that there will be a function or there will be a file called modules. Well, this was not available before saving a macro. When you like save a macro or record a macro, only then modules file will open up. Just click on it and you can see module 1, and you can see that there are some of these texts. Well, these are how all of them are now functioning. Well, these are the programming languages. So as this is done, I don't want to make this lesson a bit more complicated, so I'm going to just stay with the basics. Well, as this is done, I'm going to do is go to sheet 3. Well, just as I assigned like the shortcut key, which is Control plus J. Okay, when I tap on it, you will see all of the functions or all of the steps will be applied. Well, another thing you have to keep in mind that when you apply a macro, you cannot undo the process. Well, you have to keep in mind, and then you have to like be cautious about it. Even if I change the value, let's say I'm gonna change the values, okay, over here. Well, it's not gonna like use or scan all of the data and it needs to be same. Well, it's not like that, but it's just gonna copy all of the steps or all of the function which you did. So what I'm gonna do is just press Control plus J, or also you can do is go to macros and then select on the macro which you like saved or which macro you want to use. Another thing you have to keep in mind that you can like save up to like a lot of macros, and then just hit on run, and you can see all of the values are now done, and also all of the same formats and all of the same type of values had been done. Well, not all, but you can see that I changed some values, which is 30. You can see 308584, but here is just 11,324, but here is a bit different. Well, you can see that I used or changed the format before saving a macro, so this is not the same, so I have to like use this, and only then you'll be able to like get a value of it. Okay, so I'm gonna do is remove the decimals, and you can see all of the decimals has been removed. And now what I'm gonna do is go to sheet 4. When I go to sheet 4, you can see the same type of values are over here, but even if I change all of those values, let's say I'm gonna tap in a whole lot of number, I'm gonna do is here, I'm gonna do is press just Control plus J right now, Control J, and you can see all of the values or all of the steps, not the values but all of the steps have been applied here too, but you cannot undo it. So you have to keep in mind and how you're gonna use it, so be cautious so that none of the steps are like wrong, so you'll have to like use or format all of this again. Just as I did on this one, I did not add the decimal or like remove the decimal and add in the custom like format. Okay, so another thing you have to keep in mind that whatever you do, it's gonna be saved on VB or macros and how you're gonna like apply it. Another thing you can like do is, let's say I'm gonna do is go to sheet 2. I'm gonna do copy all of these, Control C, go to sheet here. I'm gonna do is paste it right over here, but another thing I have to keep in mind that I'm gonna use just the values but none of it. Okay, my bad. I'm gonna do is keep the text only. Values. Well, I'm gonna do is remove it or delete. I'm gonna do is just copy this, go to files, my bad, go to home. I'm gonna do is paste it right over here, go to sheet 2, Control C. Let's make another sheet, Control C. I'm gonna do is paste it like just the text, no formatting, done. And you can see that all of them are applied. Now I'm gonna do is go to developer, go to VB, and here what I'm gonna do is like automate Microsoft Excel from VB. Well, what I'm gonna do right here is just hit on run, and you can see all of the steps or all of the functions and the steps have been applied, even also the functions. Okay, so this is how Microsoft Excel works with like VBA and also macros. So this is how you will be able to record a macro, and the rest will be like up to you how you're gonna use it. Well, as this is just the basics, so I'm not gonna like show you the like the complex ones. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson we're gonna learn about the most useful Excel shortcut keys and also some navigation keys. Well, as you can see that there are 20 of these Excel shortcut keys, and later on I will show you some navigation keys too. Well, I will go through them one by one, so stay tuned, and without any further ado, let's hop on to the lesson. So in the first Excel shortcut key is going to be Control N. Well, let's say you want to open up a new workbook or even a worksheet. So what you're going to do is just press on Control plus N, and you can see a new workbook has been made. And most of the time what you guys do is when you're on desktop, click on your right mouse key and open up a new Microsoft Excel. But that sometimes takes a lot of time, or what you do is go to files and then click on a blank workbook if you don't want to use on your existing workbook. So Control plus N might save a lot of time while working. Then we have is Control plus O. What Control plus O does is opens up the open tab or the open section. Let's say you want to open up a recent workbook which you worked on, or maybe even a previous workbook you worked on. Just press on Control plus O and it's directly going to take you to the open section on the home tab, and you can see that there are recent, OneDrive, this PC, add a place, and browse. Well, you can see that the workbook which I worked on today are right over here, and yesterday's are over here, last week, and then also older ones. So select whichever one you want to open and work on, just click on it and it will open up, and then you can just work on it. If you have your workbook saved in your OneDrive, you can also click on it and then select whichever one you want to use, this PC, also add a place from wherever you wanted to open up your workbook, and you can also browse your whole PC, and this pop-up will open up and you can select whichever drive or whichever folder you want to open your Microsoft Excel workbook. Next we have is Control plus S. Well, this is one of the really useful functions, or let's say a useful shortcut key. Well, when you press Control plus S, it's gonna save up all of the progress which you saved on, instead of clicking on right over here. Well, you can see that, let's say you're working over here and then you have to drag your mouse and click on it, or might go to File and then click on Save. Okay? But when you just press Control plus S, it's directly gonna save it, then you can just directly cut it. But if you don't have it saved, let's say I'm gonna type it and then click on it, and you can see that this function, or let's say this interface, opens up. But you don't want that, just press on Control plus S and now you can directly get out of here. Next we have is Control plus W. Let's type in or use Control plus W, and you can see that this whole section is now cannot be worked on. Okay, so let's say I'm gonna go to a new workbook or wherever it is, and then you can start working on again. So you can't let's say you got up out of your desk and you don't want any person to let's say you have a baby, but then someone starts typing in random data, but you don't want that. Just press Control plus W and no one else will be able to edit any data in your Microsoft Excel workbook. Next we have is Control plus C, X, and V. Well, all of them are correlated. So first off, we're going to start off with Control C. Let's say you want to copy some data. So what you do is select on it and then copy this and then just paste it like this, right? But we don't want any of those. So what we're gonna do is, let's say you paste it like this, but we don't want that. So I'm gonna do is click on this, Control plus C, I tapped in, and what we're gonna do is paste it like this. But if you don't want to paste it like this, just press Control plus V, and you can see when I use Control plus V, it has directly pasted the data. You can also see the shortcut keys assigned by dragging your mouse right over it. You can see Control plus V is for paste, Control plus C is for copy, and Control plus X is for cut. Well, I'm gonna do the same thing over here. What we're gonna do is press Control plus X, and then I'm gonna do is Control plus V, and you can see that the data has been cut and then pasted right over here. So this is how all of these shortcut keys are correlated to one another. Next we have is Control plus Z. So Control plus Z and Control plus Y are also correlated. How? Because let's see over here, well, Control plus Z is for undo and Control plus Y is for redo. You can also see them over here. So what I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to add in some data and I'm going to cut it, delete it. I'm going to press Control plus Z for undo, and you can see it has undone the process. But if I want to redo the process, what I'm going to do is just press Control plus Y, and you can see that it has been redone. Next we have is the Control P. Well, this is also a really useful shortcut key. Let's say you want to go to the print section, but you don't want to waste your time, go to files and then go to print. Well, if you don't want to waste that time, just press on Control plus P, and you can see that it has directly taken me to the print section, and you can also see the overlay or how the data is going to look like. Well, you can select your printer, then your settings, and then just press on print. Well, this is how you will be able to use Ctrl+P shortcut key. Next we have is Ctrl+F. What does Ctrl+F do? Well, Ctrl+F opens up the section where we called find and replace. Well, you might like start it or like find it from here or use it from here, but just press Ctrl+F and this interface will open up in your screen, and you can like see that there are both of the section find and replace. Well, let's say I'm gonna do is CTRL. I'm gonna type in CTRL. I'm gonna go to replace with, let's say, ALT. I'm gonna do is find them, and you can see that this is right over here. I'm gonna do is replace all of the ones, and you can see 17 replacements has been done right over here. But what I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna cut it, Ctrl+X to Ctrl+X. I'm gonna cut it, Ctrl+V to paste it, and CTRL. I'm gonna do is replace all, and you can see the CTRL or control key has been done and 19 replacements has been done. But as you can see that I also had some alt keys which were useful. So what we're gonna do is keep it like this, and now you can see Ctrl+F how it works. Next we have is the Ctrl+Home key. Let's say you are really down over here. Well, when you press Ctrl+Home, it's gonna directly take you up above. Okay, like over here. Let's say I pasted it or like used it right over here. When I'm gonna use it or like keep it, Ctrl+Home, and this is gonna be the home one. Ctrl+Home, and you can see that will be the home one. Okay, next we have is Ctrl+Enter. If you press Ctrl+End or Ctrl+End, it's gonna like end up on the last like column, okay, which you had. Now Ctrl+End, and it's gonna like go to the last end of the page. Okay, next we have is Alt+Enter. When you press Alt+Enter, you can see that it's gonna skip. Okay, you don't want to like navigate like this, but hit enter and it's gonna directly go down. Okay, or also press Alt+Enter, and you can see that the process has been done. Okay, well, next we have is Ctrl+A. Let's type in Ctrl+A, and you can see the whole range has been selected. Sometimes you select it like this, or sometimes it goes like this, but when you format, all of them are formatted, even the cells which does not have the data. But just press Ctrl+A, okay, select on Ctrl+A, and only the data containing the data, or only the range containing the data is gonna be selected. So you don't have to worry about selecting extra cells which does not contain any data. Next we have is Ctrl+K. Type in Ctrl+K, and you can see the hyperlink like pop-up opens up, and you can like add in hyperlink on however you want to. Well, this also saves some time on like some steps. Okay, next we have is Ctrl+Up. Let's like use Ctrl+Up, and you can see it goes to the top like row or the column, and if you press Ctrl+Down, it's gonna go to the last cell of Microsoft Excel, okay, which is right over here. When you press Ctrl+Up, it's gonna go to the top one, but in a range it works different. Ctrl+Down is gonna go to the down like the bottom one, and Ctrl+Up is gonna go to the like topmost cell which contains the data in the range. Let's do it like show you another example. Let's say I'm gonna paste right over here. Okay, I'm gonna keep it a bit bigger, and all I'm gonna do is select Control down, and you can see it's the bottom, Control up, and it's the bottom cell containing the data. What I'm gonna do is undo and keep it where it was, and you can see all of them has been done. Now what we're gonna show you is Alt+F4. Well, when you press Alt+F4, let's start with Tab first. So this is also a navigation key. When you hit enter in Microsoft Excel, it's gonna go down, right? Let's say, and then enter. But what if you want to go like right? Let's say I want to add a data and tab, and you can see it has done or like went to the right one. Tab, tab, tab. If you press Shift Tab, it's gonna go backwards. Well, it works in the same way as enter. Shift enter, and it's gonna go up, but hit enter, it's gonna go down. Well, this is how the navigation keys work in Microsoft Excel. But you can also use the navigation keys, which is up, down, left, and right. Well, all of them are quite the same. And at last we have the Alt F4. When you press Alt F4 or when you just press Alt, you can see the binded keys. But when you press Alt F4, it's gonna like close Microsoft Excel or any software in your PC which you have. So, hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So today we're going to learn about VBA, what VBA is and how VBA works. So before going into the lesson, we're going to learn about some basic structure of how VBA works and what VBA is. So VBA stands for Visual Basics Analysis. Excel VBA is Microsoft's programming language for Office applications such as MS Excel, MS Word, and also sometimes MS PowerPoint. And you can also use it for MS Access. Macros are what most people who write VBA codes. So how does VBA work and what is it used for? So VBA is used to write programs for the Windows operating system and run an internal programming language in Microsoft Office. Let's say you're doing a lot of process and a lot of function and even sometimes adding a lot of data. But if you want to save your time and just copy all of the format or imitate all of the formats and all of the process and just pasting it in the next array or the next time you are using or adding in data. So what you're going to do is just type in a shortcut key or maybe run a macro. Thus, all of the processes and all of the functions will be applied there without taking a lot of time. So you will see in my screen that how VBA interface looks like. So this is the VBA interface, and you can see that there are some of the tools which you will see in an older version of MS Tools. You can see File, Edit, View, Insert, Format, Debug, Run, Tools, Add-ins, Windows, and Help. And underneath it is the project windows and also the properties, and you can also see the sheets. So these sheets are how many sheets are available in your Microsoft Excel worksheet. Okay, so you can see that how you will be able to open up VBA. Most of the time in default, you will not see the developer ribbon opened. What you have to do to turn on this developer ribbon is go to Files. After going to Files, click on More or Options. After going on options, you will see that there is an option called customize ribbons. Click on that and you will see the developer ribbon will be unclicked or unmarked. What you have to do is just click on it and then just press OK, and you will see the developer ribbon is now on your screen. What you're gonna do is just go to developer, and then what you're gonna do is just go to this code section and click on Visual Basics. When you click on Visual Basics, this VBA interface will open up, and this is where all of the code languages of Microsoft Excel and all of the processes will be copied or intimated or also sometimes showed here. So today, as this is just the basic of how VBA works, so I'm going to show you some basics of how it's going to function. So I'm going to show you is that we're going to copy or format some of the fonts here and then show you how Microsoft Visual Basics shows those data. So I'm going to do is record a macro. You will see that macros are the codes which is going to like copy all of the codes in Microsoft Excel and paste it in Visual Basics interface. You can also turn on Visual Basics by typing in Alt and F11 for a shortcut key. So I'm gonna just press Alt and F11, so you will see that VBA will open up. Now as you can see that VBA opens up, now you're gonna do all the formatting. Before the formatting, we're gonna turn on macros or record the macro. So to turn on the macro, what you're gonna do is click on record macro, and this interface will show up. From here, you will see that there are 4 sections. One is the macro name, so you can type in any name, but you have to keep that in mind that spaces do not work in this macro name. What you're gonna do is just apply or use an underscore to like fulfill the name. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna add fonts underscore, and then let's say size, and then the color, another underscore and color. As it is done, now you can assign a shortcut key by pressing on this section or this box. You have to keep another thing in mind that let's say Microsoft Excel has some built-in shortcut keys which you can use. Let's say Control C is for copy, Control V is for paste. Now if you assign a shortcut key here, let's say Control C. So what it will do is unbind that inbuilt shortcut key function, and you will only be able to use macros. Okay, so keep that in mind, that assigning a key which does not have any bindings in default. So I'm going to press or use Control J because my Excel, or when I use Excel, I don't have any keys binded in J. So you can also store your macros in your workbook, or also new workbooks, or even personal macro workbook. So as I'm going to use VBA or macro in this workbook, so I'm going to select this workbook. And now you can also add a description, but that is like completely optional. So I'm going to skip it and just press OK. And now you will see the macros will start recording. When it started recording, you can see that a pop-up like stop recording has showed up instead of record macro. So what you're going to do is now start editing or formatting your data. So what I'm going to do, as I said, is change the fonts, color, and size. So from here, I'm going to do is copy all of those, or maybe like select and then change the font. Next, what I'm going to do is change the font size. And I'm going to do is align them according to however I need. Sometimes it might take a bit of a time, but when you do it carefully, you will see that a perfect outcome will be done. Now what I'm going to do is change the color of the text. So I'm going to do is let's make it blue. Now as they are blue, what I'm going to do is, as it is done, I'm going to go to developer ribbon and stop recording. After I stop recording, go to Visual Basics, and then you will see a new folder or a new section called modules will show up. When you select on it or select on module 1, you will see all of the codes are now a bit different. You can see that I started with range B3 E9 selected and selection font into Berlin Sans FB Demon. Now what I can do also is change the font from here, or change the name, and the fonts will obviously change. So I can do is cut it and then change the name. Now, instead of doing that, as this is just a basic lesson, I'm gonna skip all the complexities, and then what I'm gonna do here is just gonna show you how it works. So as it is done, I'm gonna minimize it, and you have to keep that in mind. Without using Excel, then MS Word or PowerPoint or Access, you cannot open up VBA because this is a background working software. So next, what I'm gonna do is now make another sheet and copy all of those data and start formatting it. But you have to keep in mind that we already have our macro recorded, so I'm just gonna go to another sheet. And I'm gonna do is copy this whole thing, Control C. I'm going to do is paste it over here. You have to keep in mind that I didn't use relative reference, but I used absolute reference. So I need to have my data in the exact cell. So it's going to be B3. B3, I'm going to paste it over here. Now what I'm going to do is delete it again. But now what I'm going to do is copy all of that in a different way. I don't need any of the formatting. So I'm going to do is go here again, Control C, going to sheet 3, and then pasting it without the formats. Go to paste here, only the values. So I'm going to do is just paste it. After pasting it, what I'm going to do is change all of the fonts and colors and even the size. So I'm going to do is, let's say I'm going to change it. So I'm going to do is select it, let's say 10. I'm going to do is select the base, and then I'm going to change the colors to yellow. Or maybe let's say green. Now what I'm gonna do is use all of the formatting that I had here, and I want to paste all of it here. But as I did some of the process, which is gonna take some time because I did it individually. So what I did was change the font, change the color, and also the size. But I don't want to like use all of that time and do it individually. I'm just gonna use a function or use the macro to apply all of the functions in a while. So another thing you have to keep in mind that when you apply a macro, you cannot undo. So keep that in mind and do it very carefully. So I'm going to go in developer mode. You can also apply your macro by going to macros here and this interface will open up, and you can see the name as I saved, font size and color. You can just type or use this run, and all of the processes will be applied directly. But instead, what you have to do is you can also use a shortcut key, which was Control J, just as I bind it. But what I'm going to do first is play or use run, and you can see when I selected or used run, all of the formatting had been applied, and it didn't take a lot of time, and I didn't have to do it individually. Instead, I just pressed on run and all of them were like applied. I'm gonna do it again to show you the results. I'm gonna go to another sheet, go to B3, paste it, copy, and paste it on sheet 4, which I have new. I'm gonna do is change all the formattings again. I'm gonna do is go to home, change the size, change the font, and even the color. I'm going to make it black, and I'm going to do is Control J. And you can see just as I assign the shortcut key, it's going to run the macro. So this is how all of the functions, or how VBA macro is going to record, and macro is going to help you function up or record all of the key languages. Okay, so this is how it's going to work, and if you didn't understand anything or didn't understand something, which you have to do is inform us. Thank you for watching this video, and thank you for welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about FV and PV. Well, both are kind of like a formula which we're going to use, and those are financial. Okay, you can see right here FV, and when you go down you can see there was also another function or formula which is PV, and you can also see that you need a specific type of criterias of data to get the exact type of results or the results which you need. So what is FV and PV? Just as you can see here, FV stands for future value and PV stands for present value. So let's start off with the present value. So what present value or PV is the current value of a future sum of money or cash flows given at a particular rate of return for a specific period of time. So let's say you have a specific amount of money currently or in your present time, but what is going to be the exact type of value and later on in the future, or maybe in the present, like in your present month. It may be end of the month, it may be also like the beginning of the month. So what is going to be the exact value of that amount? So let's say I have a specific type of data or a simple data which is going to be like very easy for you to understand, and how this function is going to work or how the data gets up the result. So first off, what we're going to need is the rates of interest. So as you can see that I have a rate of interest of 15%. Well, this is the rate of interest, then the number of years, or we can also see N per. Well, I will show it to you later on, but this is the number of year, which I have 6 here. And then we have the periodic rate, or you can also say periodic installment. And why I added minus is because minus is the cash outflow. If you don't understand what cash outflow is, well, I would later make you understand it, what it is. So as you can see that when it's outflow, you should use a minus sign over here and then use your value. But if it's inflow, then it should be in a positive value, so then you have to remove the minus. So first off, as we knew or know what present value is, it just gives you the value of a future sum of money or cash flows given at a particular rate of return for a specific period of time. So first off, we're going to do is use PV or present value. I'm going to show you the criterias by going here, because here sometimes a lot of people don't understand about it. So I'm going to do is select on PV, and you can see that there are a lot of let's say the rate, just as I told you that it's going to need some specific type of criteria's data. So this is going to be rate. So let's say I have 15%, so I'm going to select the cell, or I can also type in 15%. Well, I'm not going to use that, but I'm just going to use a reference cell. So I'm going to select this and the N per, just as I told you, which is going to be the total number of payment periods in an investment. So it's going to be the number of year, which is also termed as N per. So I'm going to select this number of year, which is going to be C8, because I have that data in C8. Now we have the payment, which is also termed as periodic rate or periodic installments. Okay, so as I have a cash outflow, I'm gonna do is select it, and what you're gonna do is click on FV. So what is the FV? You can see the returns the present value of an investment, the total amount that a series of future payment is worth now. So I'm gonna do is type in, it's like word 0. Okay, so now we have to do is type in whichever we need. Okay, you can like type in whichever type of data you're gonna need. So I'm gonna do or show it to you here now, because that's gonna like not show how the function is gonna work. So I'm gonna just type in very fast PV open parentheses rate and comma, and then number of year, and then periodic, and then FV, which we have is 0. And then when you like select on the type, or when you use it right on Excel, it's gonna give you which type of functions you're gonna use. If it's 0, so it's gonna be end of the period. But if you want like the beginning of the period, just select on one or double tap on it, or you can also type it. Okay, so first off, I'm going to do is show you the beginning of the period. So I'm going to type in or click on 1, then close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see that the beginning of the month is going to be 0. Okay, now what I'm going to do right here is give you the end of the period. So I'm going to do is type enter, and you can also see this is the present value. Now let's say I want a different type of value. Let's say 200. Enter, and you can see the present value will be 200. Let's say I'm gonna make it go to home, change it to dollars. Well, it's now more like specific, because that's the type of data, or that's the value. Okay, so this is how you get like the PV, okay, which is the present value and the sum of the future values. Okay, so as I've shown you what or how the PV works, now later on I'm going to show you how the future value works, and I'm also going to show you another thing which I did first. So I'm going to do is type in 1, and you can see that this is the present value of the beginning of the period, okay, or also known as the beginning of the year. Now what I'm going to show you is the future value, how the future value works, and what the definition of future value is. Well, future value, or FV, refers to worth of the asset in the future after a specified period of time given in the current value and the interest rate. So you can see that we have the interest rate over here, and what we're gonna do is find out the result by using FV or PV, whichever we want. So what I'm gonna do right here is find out FV. So as we have FV right over here, what I'm gonna do is get the result right on this cell, because this is where I made the cell to get the results. So I'm going to type in equal, type in FV, or you can also open up just like I showed it to you, go to financial, and you can see when you go a bit down, you can see FV right over here. So I'm going to do is type in FV, open the parentheses by pressing on tab, and you can see it's gonna like ask for the same type of data, just as I told you, the rate and per, which is also the number of year, then the payment, and then PV, and then the type. So I'm going to do is type in the rate, or select the rate, which is going to be 15% again, type in a comma, and the N per is going to be the number of year, and then comma again, and the payment amount, which is going to be this one, $4,000, and then put in a comma again, which is going to be PV. Now let's say I want 0, comma, and now let's say I want the end of the period. Type in 0 or click on it, close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see that at the end of the year, okay, which we got here, you can see when you type in 0, that's the end of the period. So after like 6 years, that is going to be the amount of the money which you're going to get, or which is going to be the sum, which is going to be $35,014.95. Okay, so this is how you get the end of the period. But if you want a different value, let's say I want the beginning of the period, just type in 1 or double tap on it. That will be also done, or is going to show you the same type of results. Type and enter, and you can see at the beginning of the period you're going to get $40,267.20. Okay, so that is how it's going to be like. And if you don't want to like have the decimals, just remove it just by clicking here. We can also remove it right by here, and you can see that this is the cash outflow and this is the inflow. You can see that this is in red, okay, and this is not in red, so that is the cash inflow and this is the outflow. But if you want to add, let's say minus 4,000, well, that is quite correct. So this is how it's gonna be the result. Well, I'm gonna show it to you again by using the formulas tab. Okay, so let's say I want the future value again. I'm gonna change these values again. Or instead, what I'm gonna do right here is, let's say I'm gonna type in all of those values. So I'm gonna go is first off do the FV function. So I'm gonna do is go to formulas, financial, and let's say I want the rate to be 20%, or let's say just type in 20, and the end per is gonna be, let's say I want 8 years. The payment is gonna be $5,000, and let's say the PV, let's keep it 0, and the type should be 1. Okay, I'm gonna do is type in OK, and you can see that the amount is like quite a lot. So at the end of like 10 or maybe 8 years, okay, you can see the period, like in 8 years, that is gonna be the amount of money. Okay, so well, that is the cash outflow. But if you want the inflow, then you can like change the values of how it works. Let's type in 0 and see what the end of the period gives me. And you can see that like at the beginning, or I'm gonna do is remove those decimals so I don't like stay confused. Okay, well, that is like a lot of money. Okay, so this is how you can like use FV and PV. Well, most of these functions are mostly used in financial sectors like business, and maybe like getting a profit, or maybe like getting the adequate, or maybe like the amount of money what they're gonna get in a couple of years, or maybe like making a sum of the value of money or the rate of money. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about an audit report, or making an audit report in Microsoft Excel, or also the format and how it functions and why is it used. Well, you can see that I have a range of data here, which is like purchase of some items, sale of the items, return, and also at the end we have the balance. So what we're gonna do here is first off find out the amount. Okay, so this is how the format looks like, and we're gonna like fill up all of these cells and make you an audit report of how the audit report functions, and also how or why is it used. So without any further ado, let's jump off to the lesson. So first off, what we're gonna do is obviously need a type of data, which you can see right over here. Okay, now what we're gonna do is find out the amount. Well, finding out the amount is like really easy. So just what you have to do is equal quantity multiplied into the rate, and then hit enter, and you can see the amount will be found. So as the amount is found, what you can do is use the fill header to find out all of the data or all of the result. What we're going to do is double tap on it, and you will see that it is done. But you can do another step, just drag, like hold on to your left mouse key and drag it down, and you will also get the same type of result. Now what I'm going to do is find out, what we're going to do is get the sale amount. To find out the sale amount, we're gonna do the same thing. What I'm gonna do is type in equal, multiply it quantity and the rate. So I'm gonna type in equal, select the reference cell, multiply into the rate, hit enter, and you can see the amount we got. Okay, and I'm gonna use the fill header again to find out all of the values, which I found right over here. So now what we're gonna do is, as you can see, I have some of the data over here. So well, all of them are like according to these table, because let's say let's make this one and this one to be, or let's make it look a bit different, so that, okay, I'm gonna do is fill up this page, or fill this with this one. I'm gonna do the same thing over here, or let's do something else. I'm gonna use this and make this again. I'm gonna change this one too. Well, as now you can see that they look a bit different, and we can like highlight them and how it works. Well, you can see that I have the items of mouse, keyboard, trackpad, mic, and like so on. And you can see the purchase quantity was 40, all of them. And you can see the sale was like 32 for mouse and 21 for keyboard. And the rest amount which was kept, well, that is the return. So 40 minus 21 is going to be 19, and 40 minus 32 is going to be 8. Well, we're going to get all those values just like how we got the other ones. So I'm going to do is type in the same one, which is going to be multiplying quantity and rate, equal, I'm going to do is quantity into rate. Well, you now see the amount. Now I'm gonna do is use the fill header, get the result, but now I'm gonna do something like minusing the values, because I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna do is mouse pad should be 40 minus, and then what I'm gonna do is the quantity was 32, hit enter, and what we're gonna do is use the same process to get the other values. Well, as all of the values are now done, what I'm gonna do right here is copy this value. So as the rate is like the same, so I'm gonna do is copy this, control C and control V to paste the values, and you can see the amount has now changed, because as I use the reference cells as the process or the step, now Microsoft Excel has scanned the data for those cells and found out the values. Okay, now as all of them are done, now what we're gonna do is find out the balance. If I want to find out the balance, you can see that there are 4 like cells. What we're gonna do is find out those, and those are the main ones: total P, total S, and total R. We're gonna show it to you, or how or what it is. Okay, so first up, to find out the total P of the first one, so what does like total P mean? Well, let me show you the mathematical term and you will find out what it is. Okay, so I'm gonna do is type in equal, and then I'm gonna sum it by, let's say I want the product. Okay, so if you want some product, just type in some product, open the parentheses, hit enter, and what I'm gonna do is find out or use the reference first. So first things first, I'm gonna select the items, which is gonna be over here, and just as I select the items, you will see that the array 1 is now filled. Now what I'm gonna do is lock in those cells by typing or pressing by F4. Now I'm gonna do is type in equal, and let's say I have this list, which I'm gonna find is gonna be the mouse. So to find out the mouse, as I can't see over here, so which is gonna be 06. Let's say 06. Now just as I typed in 06, now what I'm gonna do is close the parentheses and then multiply it with, open the parentheses again. Next, what I'm gonna do is find out the quantity first. So find out the quantity or select the array, and now you can see that I have it too. Now you can like lock in the values, which is gonna be better. Okay, so if you want to lock in the values just as I did, so first what you have to do is just type in or just tap in F4, and all of them will be locked out. Okay, close the parentheses again. Okay, as you close the parentheses, then what you have to do is close the parentheses again, like close the bracket, and now hit enter, and you have to like accept this, and you can see the total P will be 0. And why is it 0? Well, you can see that the quantity, and like after like selecting all of them, they might turn out to be 0. But when you change up the values like this, okay, let me show you like another way of doing it. Okay, I'm gonna like cut it and show you the process again. First, what you have to do is select the items. When you select the items, what you have to do is lock in those values by tapping in F4, comma. When you type in a comma, or what you can do is type in equal, and then select this cell where you have the reference, which is going to be the item of the balance. Okay, when you select the item of the balance, then it's going to be equal to that amount, and then you can like find out the total like sum or the total result of this whole column. Now if you want to find out those, what you have to do is just do the same thing which I did. So what I'm gonna do is show it to you again just as I did. So I'm gonna do is type in equal, and then select this cell where we have the data, which is gonna be O and 6. So 06, 06. Then just as you have 06, close the parentheses and then multiply it, and then open parentheses again, and then select the quantity. After selecting the quantity, what you have to do is also lock in this value. After locking in this value, close the parentheses and close the parentheses again. Hit enter, and you can see that the total P is going to be 0. Well, some of them might turn out to be like 40 or 80. Well, sometimes you can also get 0. Well, as we found 0, what we're going to do is, just as we found them, we're going to keep it like this. Okay, next what I'm going to do is find out the total S. So if you want to find out the total S, just type in equal some product again. Now I'm going to do is the quantity, select the quantity of the sale. So total S, quantity of the sale, and then what you have to do is lock in it again, F4 equal, then 06, just where we have our data. As we have our data, now what we're going to do is multiply it again, close the parentheses, multiply it, and then what we need to do is find out the the list. Okay, what I'm gonna do is select on it. First we have to find out the list, open parentheses, quantity, use the same step over and over again to find out all of those values, and then just as we have it, close the parentheses and enter, and you can see the total S is also 0. Well, why are they turning out to be zeros, you might question, but when you found out they are all fulfilled, because 40, and you can see the 40, and you can see that there are no items left, and you can also see 40, 21 and 19. Well, there is also 0. But another thing what you can do is the alternate. What I'm gonna do is show you the basic of it. So I'm gonna do is type in equal sum. You can also use sum product. When you use the sum product, what you have to do is just select the array where you have your data, like the purchase, and then what you're gonna do is put in a comma and the array 2, or what you can do is just close the parentheses, enter, and you can see that the total P has now been done, and you can see all of them are now fulfilled. Well, why is it now a different value? Because when you do individual ones, or you can see that I only selected one cell or one column, then I'm gonna get different values like this. Okay, but if I use or use a reference of other ones, we're gonna get 0 sometimes, because it's gonna sum up, or Microsoft Excel is gonna scan all of those datas from there and gonna think 21 plus 19 is 40, so 40 minus 40 is gonna be 0. Okay, now I'm gonna get that one to equal sum product, and then I'm gonna do the same thing right over here. I'm gonna select the quantity, close the parentheses and enter, and you can see the total S. So as it is done, we got the value of total S2. Now I'm gonna do is find out the total R, which is gonna be the total return. Okay, so each of them stands for each of them total purchase, total sale, total R, or total return. So I'm gonna type in equal sum product. Here what I'm gonna do is, let's say I want to select the array 1. So if you want to select the array 1, if you want to use the first method, you can just select it like this, and then multiply it or equal 06, and then keep on going. But I prefer doing it like this, so I'm going to do is type in this one, which is going to be the return, or the quantity which we have, close the parentheses, enter, and you can see the total return is 107. And just as we have it, now what I'm going to do is find out the availability. Okay, so to find out the availability, what I'm gonna do is just use a basic structure of step. What we're gonna do is, first off, to find out the availability, equal, so I'm gonna do is sum both of these plus this, and then minus the total return. And as we have the total return, hit enter, and you can see the availability is like this. Okay, so as we find out the availability of our product, we can also get a different value. So I'm gonna do is, as we use the sum value, well, it's gonna return us a value like this. Okay, but when you use referencing all of those products, let's say purchases, so it's gonna be the total of the value. Okay, but when you use the first step which I used, so it's gonna show you a different type of value, or might show you 0 sometimes. So this is how you will be able to make an audit report in Microsoft Excel. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to the new lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about making a salary slip and automating salary slip in basics. So without any further ado, let's start off with the lesson. Well, making a salary slip is very important in business sectors and also in a lot of sectors, because Microsoft Excel is all about accountings and other stuffs, right? So first off, beginning the lesson, we're gonna do is make or change the page layout so we get an accurate page. So first off, what you're gonna do is go to view, page layout, we're gonna change it to like a single page or however it is. So we're gonna add our data right over here just as we see. So first up, what we're gonna do is select some cells and we're gonna change the column width. So I'm gonna do is Alt and this. I'm gonna do is right click and then format the cells or just column width. So what we're gonna do is change the size to, let's say I want it to be 4:5. Now as it is done, now you can see that a lot of them are now different. So I'm gonna do is select A, B, C, D and E. I'm gonna do is make it in a width of 1.5. So I'm gonna do is just select on it, just go to column width 1.5, 1.5. okay, and you can see that it looks a lot better, right? And we're gonna like not use this yet, but what we're gonna do is make some formats right over here. So I'm gonna do is start from the second one. I'm gonna do is make a cell over here or merge all of them. After merging all of them, what I'm gonna do is type in the company name. So let's say industry name. You're gonna type the name over here, not just type industry name or company name. Now I'm gonna do is make another merge over here, and I'm gonna type in, let's say, the address. You're gonna type in the address over here, and you can see the address has been done. Now I'm gonna do is make this font a bit bigger so it looks a bit more better. Now as it is done, I'm gonna make it just a bit bigger, and I'm gonna do is skip a line, and I'm gonna like, well, some of the steps are like optionals, but I'm gonna make it look more a bit professional so you can use it in any steps or any place. Now this is gonna be the salary slip, right? Salary slip. Now as this is the salary slip, I'm gonna make this a bit bigger too. I'm gonna make it italic and bold. I'm gonna make this italic and bold too. Now as it is quite done, I'm gonna keep this to be underlined as a bit more dark. Take bottom borders, and now what I'm gonna do is the main part, skip a line, and then what you're gonna do is type in the employee ID, or let's say just type in ID. Now what you're gonna do is the designation. Now as it is done, then type in the employee name, which is gonna be this one, and then type in month / year. Now as it is done, what I'm gonna do is keep them or like make it to be like borders. Let's keep it like this, bottom borders to be like thick, and then what I'm gonna do is keep them to be all borders to be a bit shorter, but keep this one to be thicker so we can differentiate these. Now I'm gonna do is merge these two, merge them. Now what is going to be is the earning, and this is going to be the deduction. As this is done, we're going to make a change on these two, increase the size a bit, make this bold and italic, make this bold and italic too. Now I'm going to do is type in the criterias or some like data. So what's just going to be the basic first, basic, then type in DA, then type in HRA, then skip TA. Well, there's gonna be like a space over here, total addition. Now as it is done, skip a line, which is gonna be the net value or net salary, whatever you tell or use, salary, net salary, and salary in words. As it is done, we can also keep them to be like this, change the case. Now it looks a little bit more better. Now I'm gonna do is go to deduction. Here it's gonna be the provident fund. Now it's gonna be ESI, whatever you to like say, ESI, and then loan, then the tax, and then we have total deduction. Well, as it is done, what I'm gonna do is keep them to be a bit different, keep them like this, or maybe like use all borders. Okay, what I'm gonna do right here is use take borders down here, take borders. Now I'm gonna do is use all of them to be ones right here, make them to be HRA. I'm gonna keep it to be bottom borders because I will need to like differentiate all of them, and I'm gonna do is keep thin borders over here and any bottom borders over here. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. Let's say I want to keep it till net salary. If I want to keep it till here, just select on those, and then this one should be a bit different. Keep it like this, take borders, select the cell or select the whole column, and it should be like this, and then till HRA should be like this, or maybe till HRA. As all of them are done, we can now start like adding in our like the data now, but instead what I'm gonna do is keep them to be a bit bigger. Well, now it looks a bit more better. Now I'm gonna do is change these to be bold and italic. Well, all of the formats is just up to you and a lot more like optional, so you can like either do it or not do it, but I'm just gonna make it to look more professional, so you can like do it and make it or like use it in a lot of steps or a lot of places. I'm gonna merge these cells, so we're gonna get all of this data like this. Now that it's done, what I'm gonna do is skip a line again, and I'm gonna do is salary paid by, and now I'm gonna skip it, either cash, we can do is check. Now that it's done, now what I'm gonna do is make a box out of these. Now first off, what I'm gonna do is keep them to be in the center. As it is in the center, I'm gonna go to developer, I'm gonna go to insert and go to form control, make a box out of here. So what I'm gonna do is keep it here. Let's say it's right over here. I'm gonna do is change the text, remove the text, hit enter. That is gonna be it. I'm gonna do is alt and like make another one over here and keep it in a way so that it looks good. Now what you're gonna do is keep the employee signature. So I'm gonna do is employee signature, as it is done. Now as all of them are done, what we're gonna do here is now make like, let's say I'm gonna do is keep like take outside borders. I'm gonna keep it right over here. First off, what you're gonna do is, let's say I want to merge these cells, go to home, merge, I'm gonna merge both of these two, and I'm gonna type in director, use underscores to keep some like spaces. Now it looks a lot more better. Now I'm gonna do is select all of these cells, tilde up, like till at the top. I'm gonna do is make it to be tick bottom borders, like tick outside borders. Now what I'm gonna do right here is let's make all of those disappear. So if you want to make them disappear, what I'm gonna do here is, let's say select all of it again. Now as all of them are now selected, what I'm gonna do first is make like all the borders like disappear. So if you want to do that, just go to like here and make them to be white, and now you can see that all of them are white and no other margin is now visible. Now what I'm gonna do right here is now do the basics. What I'm gonna do right here is gonna be either you can like change these colors so that you can like differentiate them, okay, but we're gonna like skip to that. And before like skipping to that, I'm gonna do the list setup, okay. So if you want to do the list setup, you can do like a lot more of those. So I'm gonna do one thing, which is gonna be the employee ID and designation, employer name and month, year, okay. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna keep like a lot of data over here. Let's say ID number to be a lot different, and let's say designation to be, let's say, the sales officer. Now the name, let's just type in a random name, Jack. The month should be 2023. You can also use those as references, but that's gonna be like depending on you how you're gonna use it. Okay, we keep them to be like this, which looks a lot more better than keeping them to be center aligned. Then you're gonna do is type in the values, but you can also use reference based like values which you can enter. That's like totally up to you. Then just go to here, and I'm gonna do is select these cells. My bad. What you're gonna do is total addition is to be sum. Keep this to be like this. Select the cell, close the parentheses, hit enter. That is gonna be it. Profit and fund. Well, depending on your, well, that is how you should like add them up. What I'm gonna do is type in equal sum and select all of those cells, close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is gonna be the deduction value. Now the net salary. Well, net salary is different, so what we're gonna do is, let's say we have all of those values, but we're gonna need a net salary. So how you're gonna get the net salary? So if you want to type in or use the net salary, what you're gonna do is minus the total addition minus total deduction. Well, as this is a bit different, so I'm gonna do is make this value a bit more bigger so that we get a net value. Okay, so I'm gonna do is type in equal, well, total addition minus this one. Well, this is gonna be the exact cell, but if you want to like literally lock in, just type in F4, then only these two cells is gonna find out the values. If you change these values here, or even if you use the list function over here, well, the values will all change according to how you like enter your data. You can also have the reference cells over here and then use them to be in your like salary slip. Okay, you can also use automated ones. That is also going to depend up to you. You can also do is make a list, or what you're going to do is if you want to make a list, just go to developer. After you go to developer, what you can do, or my bad, what you're going to do is go to formulas, or maybe data. What you're gonna do is go to data validation, and then if you have a list of people over here, just make a list. What you're gonna do is select all of those cells and then press enter, hit OK, and you will see you will be able to use it. Now I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna tap in well, now all of those values will be different. Well, if you want to like make more list of out of there, that is also going to depend up to you. You can like correlate all of those, and you can also use XLOOKUP function to like find out the values. Okay, let's say I have this over here. Okay, I'm gonna do is copy this, Control C. I'm gonna keep it right over here. Okay, now I'm gonna do is, let's use the function called XLOOKUP. Okay, equal XLOOKUP. When you get the XLOOKUP, what I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna find this, and then you must have to have like a lot of data over here. What I'm gonna do is, let's show you step by step. Let's say I want the employee name according to that data. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna do is my keep it to be, let's say I'm gonna name it Harry. Okay, I'm gonna use the function called equal XLOOKUP. I'm gonna type in the lookup value, which is gonna be over here, and a comma. The lookup array is gonna be this one, and comma, and the return value is gonna be Harry. Okay, so I'm gonna do, or also you can use the function called VLOOKUP. That is also gonna be up to you how you're gonna find it. 0, comma, match mode is gonna be exact match. And I'm gonna do is comma, and then search first to last. Close parentheses and enter, and you can see that value is going to differ from these values. Okay, so if you like change up the data over here after you like do the list, that is also going to depend up to you how you're going to use it. Okay, so this is how you will be able to make a salary slip out of here. But you can also use another function, which is going to be spell words. Well, sometimes this function does not work in a lot of Excel, so I'm going to do is spell words, open the parentheses, and then what you have to do is type in this equal. First, let's make a bit change over here. I'm gonna do is type in this one, ALS, that is the cash outflow. You can use the function called spell words to find it, and if you want to like select whichever or however the salary is paid, you can just click on it, cash, either check. Well, that's also going to depend up to you. Then you can like give it to that person who is gonna like take it, and then they're gonna put in their signature and the director too. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're gonna learn about match and index function. Well, what is match and index function? Well, both of them are like individually like one function. Okay, so match is a function and index is also another function, but what we're gonna do today is use both of the function to get a result. Okay, so before getting into the lesson, what we're gonna do is define what the index function is first and then tell you what the match function is. So the index function returns a value or the reference to a value from within a table or range. There are two ways to use the index function. If you want to return the value of a specified cell or array of cells, see array form. If you want to return a reference to specified cells, see reference form. So what I'm going to do right here is show you a basic of index function. So equal index, then you're going to select the array. So the array is going to be this like whole array or range of data, then the row number. Let's say this is row, okay, from 2 to like this. Okay, this is like row and this is the column. So here in this column or here in this range, what I'm gonna do is select a row number. So let's select 1 2 3. Okay, I'm gonna do is select 3 and then comma, and then the column number should be 3 2, and then close the parentheses and hit enter, and you're gonna get this value. Okay, 45,100 and like this. Okay, what I'm gonna do right here is go to home. I'm gonna change this to long date, and you can see that this value and this value is just the same. So this is what the index function does. Okay, I'm gonna show you or describe what the match function is now. So the match function searches for a specified item in a range of cells and then return the relative position of that item in the range. For example, if you have a range, let's say F3 to F5, okay, and then contain the value of 1087, 1239, and 1413. Okay, and then the formula should be equal match, then the middle value, which is 1239. Okay, and then the array should be F3 to F5, and then 0, which is the mode. Okay, then which is or like which returns the number, which is gonna be this one too. Okay, because 1239 is the second item in this range. So I'm gonna show it to you again. Equal match. I'm gonna do is use the lookup value. So the lookup value is gonna be 1239. Okay, 1239, which I have over here. Okay, and then put in a comma, and then the lookup array. Let's say I'm gonna do is select the lookup array, which I set F3 to F5, and then put a comma and then the exact match, because I don't want none less or none greater but the exact match. Close the parentheses, enter, and you might see that this error might appear up because of this dollar value. But if you have, let's say I'm gonna do is keep it like general. Keep it like this, keep it in general, and you will see that this value will appear up now. 0, close the parentheses, hit enter, so you can see that this gave me a value of 1239. Just because it was in currency form, it didn't give me the result. Okay, so as both of this are done, now what I'm gonna show you is how we can mix or like use both of the functions together to get the result. So the first thing what we're gonna do is make a data validation table over here. So I already have it like made, so I'm gonna do is just show you how we can make it. Just select on the cell where you're gonna make the data validation table, go to data, go to this data tools, and you can select this icon, or if you have more space over here you're gonna be able to select with the name. So data validation, select on it, and then what you're gonna do is select on list. So from here select list, and then select the source, which is gonna be from here to here, all of the names, and then hit enter, and then press OK. and you will see that the data validation table will be made. Now let's say I want Snickers. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is use the function of both index and match equal. Okay, not here, what I'm gonna do is keep it right over here. So I'm gonna use Snickers, I'm gonna type in equal index, and now what I'm gonna do is select the array. So this is the whole array, or also the range. Now put in a comma. Now what I'm gonna do right here, instead of putting a comma, I'm gonna do is use the same steps, or let's say I'm gonna change the steps by using the function called match, but I'm not gonna go like this. Okay, I'm gonna type in match, open the parentheses, and now I'm gonna do is select this cell, okay, which is gonna be the lookup value. So this is gonna be the Snickers, okay, or whatever this cell is, because this is a data validation table, and then put in a comma. Then what I'm gonna do is select the names, okay, which is gonna be from here to here. Okay, so I'm gonna do is keep them just as I want them to be. So what I'm gonna do right here is, let's say I have 1 2 3 4. Okay, so I'm gonna do is start from here, put in or select the whole cell, put in a comma, and then select 0 for exact match, because we don't want any like less than value or greater than value. Now what I'm gonna do is find in the column number. So I'm gonna do is use another match function, open the parentheses, and select this one this time, comma, and now I'm gonna do is select this row. Okay, now I'm gonna do is put in a comma, exact value, close the parentheses, hit enter, and accept this correction. And you can see for Snickers the value is 121, or my bad, which is gonna be like $1,21,715. So this is how you will be able to use this function. Now what we're going to do is use the fill header to find other ones, but if it doesn't give you the value, you're going to use the same functions. Okay, now just as basics, I'm going to show you that how it's going to work, because I used the data validation table, right? So I'm going to do is use this to find Mirinda, and you can see whenever I change a name, the data is going to change. Okay, now I'm gonna do is show you like 2 more of this, how it's gonna work. So I'm gonna do is type in equal, and then use the function again, which is gonna be index, the array, select the whole array. Well, first off, it might be like, or seem like it's a bit complicated, but it's like really easy when you start using up the value or the function. I'm gonna do is type in, and again select this data validation table, comma, and then what you're gonna do is select all of the names, including the header. Why you have to like select the header? Because when you select the header, it's gonna be on the same category. Okay, so I'm gonna put in comma again. Now I'm gonna do is either you can select it from here, double tap on 0, or you can also type in 0. So I double tapped here, put like close the parentheses, comma, use the function match again, match, and then the lookup value, which is gonna be date this time, put in a comma, and this time I'm going to select this value, put in a comma, and then exact match. Close the parentheses, hit enter, hit OK, and you can see that the date is like this. Why is it like this? So I'm going to do is show you why is it like this. So first time we used this value, okay, but here when we use this one, it's not gonna like use this, but instead what I'm gonna show you is just changing this column. So the column is gonna be this one, okay, or the lookup array, what we have here. So this is the first one, which is the array, okay, and then the row number and then the column number. So here what we're gonna do is select the date, okay, so I'm gonna type in or select whole of the date, and then hit enter, and you might see that this might appear to be like this. But when you cut it, let's say I'm gonna cut it, okay, so I'm gonna cut all of these, no, okay, what I'm gonna do is cut all of these and show it to you again. What I'm gonna do is keep him to be like this, or let's start in from like this, equal index, open the parentheses, select the whole array, put in a comma, match function, and then the lookup value. So as you can see that this is searching for a row number this time. So I'm gonna do is select on this, okay, and the match is gonna be first of this one, just as we did on the previous one, so you don't have to worry about it. So just as we select on this, what I'm gonna do is type in a comma, and then what I'm gonna do is select on this, all of the names, put in a comma, or what you can also do right now is select the date, okay? But it's gonna be according to this one, okay? So I'm gonna do is put in a 0, close the parentheses, put in a comma, the match function. This time I'm gonna select this date, put in a comma, and I'm gonna do is select the date, put in a comma, and then 0, and then close the parentheses again, and then just hit enter. Now you can see when we hit enter, we get the date. So this is how you will be able to use this function to get all of those values. Let's say if you want the sale amount, then you have to select the sale amount and select on this, and then select this whole array, and then you'll get this data. Okay, so hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about IRR, or known as internal rate of return, which is also a calculation of finding out the rate of return. Okay, so before going into the lesson, what we're going to do is find out or let you know what IRR actually means. So IRR is an array or a reference to cells that contain number for which you want to calculate the internal rate of return. Values must contain at least one positive value and one negative value. To calculate the internal rate of return, or what you call as IRR, so what you're gonna do is calculate the internal rate of return by using the order of values to interpret the order of cash flows. So what is the function of IRR? Well, Excel IRR function calculates the internal rate of return for a series of cash flow, assuming equal size payment period using the example data. Okay, so you might also think that what is like IRR, and when IRR comes in mind, you might also ask for NPV. Well, there are two financial methods that you can use to help answer all of the questions, like net present value NPV and IRR, which is internal rate of return. Both NPV and IRR are referred to as discounted cash flow methods because they factor the time value of money into your capital investment project evaluation. So in simple terms, the IRR is a metric used in financial analysis to estimate the probability or profitability of potential investment. So IRR is the discount rate that makes the net present value or NPV of all cash flow equal to 0 in a discounted cash flow analysis. So IRR calculations rely on the same formula as NPV does. So we're not going to go into complication, but I'm just going to show you how IRR works in Microsoft Excel and how it functions and what is its work. Just as I told you, this is a discount method. So let's say I have a range of data over here. I'm going to keep it like this, and you might see that there is a negative value over here and all of them are like positive values. But you might think that why is it like this? Well, in 0 year it's minus 20,000, but it's not like minus 20,000 because this is the cash outflow, and these are the cash inflow starting from year 1 to year 8. That is the cash inflow, and in the cash outflow this is minus 20,000. Okay, if you want to make it like in currency format, you can also do that, but I'm gonna keep it like this so that you guys can understand how it's like. Okay, now first what I'm gonna do is like sum all of these. Well, even if it's like not necessary, what I'm gonna do is show you the rate of return. So I'm gonna do is equal sum. I'm gonna do is like select all of them, and that will be it for like from year 1 to year 8. Well, that is the value. If you want to change it to a dollar, okay, or currency format, you can keep it like this. Now we're gonna find out like what is the IRR, or the internal rate of return, for all of these values. Okay, so if you want to do that, what you're gonna do is just type in equal and then type in IRR. You can see right over here, and then open the parentheses. Now it's gonna be the values. Now what I'm gonna do is select all of these cells. Now another thing you have to keep in mind, that if you want to put a comma, then you can like type in a guess. Okay, but here what I'm gonna do is not do anything, but I'm just gonna find out the internal rate of return just as I said. So I'm gonna do is close the parentheses and then hit enter, and you can see that the IRR percentage for this value is gonna be 49%. Another thing we have to keep in mind that what or how the discount percentage works in Microsoft Excel and by using IRR. Well, let's say you are opening a job, okay, or starting a job, or maybe starting a business, and let's say the cost of the capital is this value. So I'm gonna do is cut it to be Control C, Control V. Let's say this is the capita, okay, but what is the percentage? So as this is the total percentage of it, okay, so if you want to like find it to be the percentage, what I'm gonna do is just divide it by 100. I'm gonna do is type in equal, so you can see like this, it's gonna be appearing to be like this. I'm gonna keep it to be percentage. Well, that is gonna be it. But let's say I'm gonna do is find out another value, okay. If you want to keep it like this, you can keep it like this, but what I'm going to show you is how the discounting function works. Let's say you are investing this amount of money, okay, and the investment amount is, let's say the investment amount is like 20%, okay. Now if the investment amount or the cost of capital is 20%, so according to that data you're getting 49%. So this project or this work or IRR is gonna be a profitable one. But if it's like below 20%, you will see that this will be a lost project. Let me show you another data by copying this but changing the values. Control C. I'm gonna do is just paste it over here. I'm gonna find out the exact type of data, but I'm gonna change the values. If I want to change the values, I'm gonna keep them or maybe like make them to be lower digit numbers. I'm gonna keep them to be 100, just keeping this one. Now I'm gonna do is find out the IRR. I'm gonna do the same thing, equal IRR, and I'm gonna do is, we're still holding the cost of capital to be 20%. So I'm gonna do is select all of these values, close the parentheses, and then hitting enter. And you can see that the value or the IRR percentage, which is also the internal rate of return, the calculation turns out to be 2%. So if the amount invested is 20%, okay, but this is like the total. Let me like sum all of it again, equal sum. I'm gonna sum all of it, and you can see the value is gonna be this one. So this is 100%. If we divide it or multiply it, let's say I'm gonna multiply it, equal, select this, multiply it by this, divide 100. Well, 21. Okay, so that is gonna be it. Okay, so this is the loss. Okay, so you have to keep in mind that the cost of capital must be, or like the IRR must be like higher than the cost of capital. Only then it is like a profitable. But if it's like below the margin, which is like 20% right over here as an example, so it's gonna be like a lost project, just as you can see. Okay, let me show you another table, which I'm gonna do is just Control C. I'm gonna paste it right over here. I'm gonna align it like this, and this time what I'm gonna show you is, let's say the cost of capital is 50%. Now I'm gonna do is increase the values. Let's say I'm gonna increase the values to be like skyrocketing. I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm gonna keep it like this. Now what I'm gonna do is use the same function, but before that I'm gonna show you an extra one, which is gonna be the NPV. So as both of them are quite the same, so I'm gonna do is NPV and then the rate of values. Just select on all of those, close the parentheses. Well, you've entered like, well, you can do is select them, rate. Okay, let me select the rate individually. Let's say 50%, comma, and the value 1, comma, this one, and let's say I'm gonna select all of it. And you can see that this is the money. Okay, this is the money amount. Okay, this is how you will be able to find out the actual money or how much percentage you're getting. Okay, but what I'm gonna do right here is find out the IRR. So if the IRR is like this, we're getting this value, right? So what percentage is it like according to this value? Okay, I'm gonna select all of it. Select it again. I'm gonna select all of those data, close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see that this is the percentage. Like this is like skyrocketing. Okay, let's cut some values. Well, this is too much. Well, for that value, the percentage is 219%. Well, yet it's like a lot. So you can see that the project is now running in a profit. But if it's below it, then it's running in loss. So hope you guys like understood everything on how IRR function works and how IRR and NPV is like correlated. And thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're going to learn about offset and match function. While both of them are individually two different functions, but also very important because these two functions are used in Microsoft Excel almost like every day in a daily person's life. Okay, so before going into the lesson, I'm just gonna give you a short brief of how these two functions works and why are they used and what are they. So the first function what we're gonna talk about is gonna be the match function. So the match function, what it does is searches for a specified item in a range of cells and then returns the relative position of that item in the range. For example, if the range A1 to A3 contains the value 5, 25, and 38 respectively, and then the formula should be equal match, and then select the reference cell, which is going to be 25 or 2, whichever one you want, and then select the array, which is going to be A1 to A3, then comma, and then the mode, which type of data you want. Let's say for 1 it's going to be less than value, 0 is going to be exact value, and then -1 is going to be greater than value. So if you select 25 or 2, so it's going to return the number 2 because 25 is in the second cell of the column. Okay, now I'm going to show you is an example of how it's going to work. So I'm going to type in equal and then match, and then let's say the lookup value. So the lookup value is going to be 57 right over here. I'm going to put in a comma. So I'm going to do is select for the lookup array. So as this is literature, I'm going to select the literature, put in a comma, and then you're going to see this one, which is going to be the match type, just as I told you. If I want an exact match, I'm going to just type in 0 or double tap on 0, hit enter, and you can see the data 57 is in the second cell of this column. Okay, I'm just going to use or show you another example. I'm just type in equal and then type in match, and now the lookup value is going to be, let's say, 58 right over here. I'm going to put in a comma, and then the lookup value is going to be this one, put in a comma, then exact match, close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see 58 is in the fifth one. Okay, now as you understood how the match function works and also you know the examples, so I'm going to show you what the offset function does in Microsoft Excel. So the offset function does is that in Excel it returns the value of a cell or a range of adjacent cells, which is particular number of rows and columns from the reference point. This reference point is the starting cell supplied as an argument to the function. Okay, I'm just going to get you the result over here. So I'm going to type in equal offset, open the parentheses and the reference. So where do you want to start your data from? So let's say I want to start from here, then I'm going to put in a comma and then select the rows. So the row is going to be, let's say, 1 2, okay, which is going to be 1 2 over here. I'm going to type in 2, put in a comma, and then I also want 2 to be the column. Now you might see that the answer will be 56 because from here 1 2 and then from here 1 2, so it's going to be 56. Okay, so I'm going to put like close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see just as I told you the answer is 56. So it's just like this 1 2, okay, or you can also hold it like this 1 2 and then 1 like 1 2, and then gives you the next value. Or let's say I want to put the row of 3 and it's going to give me the value of 51. let's say row 3, it has given me 78, so it's gonna jump like this now, 1 2 3, and then from here 1 2 3, 1 2 1 2 3. So this is how it will work. Okay, so this is how offset function works in Microsoft Excel. So now, as I've shown you both of the function, how they individually function in Microsoft Excel, now we're gonna do is find out the values of how they are gonna work when we use both of them together. So we're gonna get the result over here. So I'm gonna type in equal, and then first off we're gonna start off with offset. Equal offset, open the parentheses, and you can see that it's gonna need some specific type of data to find out your result. So first one is gonna be the reference cell. So just as I told you, you're gonna use this one as the reference cell. What we're gonna do next is lock in the values by hitting on F4. When you hit on F4, it's gonna anchor those data so it doesn't like move from here to here, because sometimes you see fill header, and then when you use the fill header, the data like runs from here to and then goes down. But when you anchor those data, the data is not gonna, or the cell is not gonna go down, and it's not gonna be the relative reference, but it's gonna be like absolute reference. Okay, then put in a comma and then select the rows. So instead of using rows, what we're gonna use right here is gonna be the match function, because just as we said, this lesson is about offset and match. So I'm gonna type in equal match, and this time what we're gonna do is use the literature value. So before using the literature value, I'm gonna like increase this column size a bit, or cell size, because we cannot see the data over here. So I'm gonna type in equal offset, just use the same. So I'm gonna do is use this reference, lock in the value, comma, the match. Now open the parentheses, the lookup value is gonna be this 57 right over here, and then put in like comma, which I have right over here. And then this time, as this is literature right over here, but if you want maths, you can also select like where you have your maths on. So what I'm gonna do is select on this one. So I'm gonna put in a comma and then 0 for exact match, as we are finding the value for maths over here. So when you type in 0, so close the parentheses and then hit -1 over here. And then what we're gonna do is put in a comma and then put in a 1 of columns and close the parentheses, and then hit enter. And this time you can see that you got the value of maths right over here, which is 67, and that is for Harry, and also 57 is for Harry. Okay, so this is how you will be able to use the offset function. But another thing you have to keep in mind, that we didn't use another match function to make it more dynamic. But if you want to make it more dynamic, you can also use that one. So what we're gonna do right over here is, instead of using this one over here, we're gonna use or apply another match function. So type in match, open the parentheses. After you open the parentheses, now this time what we're gonna use is gonna be, let's say I want this one. Let's say this one to be the reference. Okay, so you can also select this one to be the reference right over here, just as where the header is. So we're gonna make it dynamic. So the first lookup value is gonna be maths. Okay, just as I have it over here. So now what we're gonna do is obviously anchor this data, but there are different type of anchoring data. Okay, so when you press in F4, you can see the column and also the row has been like locked in. When you type in, like when you hit F4 again, you will see only the column will be locked but not the like row. And when you type in again, only the column but not the row, or maybe only the row not the column, and then gets back to the default self again. But this time what we're gonna use is just lock in the row or the column. Okay, so which is gonna be the row but not the column. And just as we get this data, I'm gonna put in a comma and then the lookup array. So we're gonna use a row this time. So the row, because the data is in a row this time, or you can also transpose those data just like you always do in like using HLOOKUP, because that is horizontal. Now what we're gonna do is also lock in these values. So if you want to lock in these values, this time we're gonna lock in all of them, also like the column and also the rows. Put in a comma, and this time we also want exact match. close the parentheses and then hit -1. Why is it -1? Because that's like minus value over here, okay, because of the column. Close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can also see the same value will appear up, and which is 67, but this time this is a lot more dynamic. Okay, so why is it dynamic? Because when you use like one match function, it's gonna like keep one matching function, or like gonna use like only the rows to like use the match. But when you use both of the match in like both of the criterias in offset, which is also the like the rows and columns, but when you like use both of the match function, it becomes a lot more dynamic. Let's say now if you want to like use the fill header, then you can get like the whole lot of data just as in the cell. And if you, even if you like use like if you want to like make a data validation table here and then use this exact cell because you locked in the values, that data is also gonna change one by one. Okay, so hope you guys like understood everything on this lesson, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're going to learn about PMT and making a loan schedule in Excel. So which is going to be a complete loan schedule. Just as you can see that I have an exact rate of data right over here, and you can see that there are several tables that needs to be filled up. So from here you can see that I need a total, cash flow, PV. The PV is the present value, return, and balance, sum, NPV, number of month. Then I also have beginning balance and then the interest. Okay. So before filling up the page, what I'm going to show you, or what I'm going to tell you, is what PMT is. So PMT is one of the financial functions which calculates the payment for a loan based on constant payments and constant interest rates. So when we use the Excel formula codes to find out a monthly loan payment, at the same time you learn how to use the PMT function in a formula. So as I don't have the PMT place to find out the data, so I'm going to type in PMT, which I'm going to find over here, and I'm going to get the results over here. So I'm just going to use this one to use this formula, and then I'm going to keep this one to be tick outside borders and get the result over here. So what I'm gonna do right here is first like get out the end balance, and then find out the like PMT. Okay, so if I want the end balance, I'm just gonna use this, or maybe not the cash flow, because cash flow is like quite different most of the time. So I'm just gonna like show you the example of how you can find out your PMT. So before finding out the PMT, you know what PMT requires. If you don't know, just type in equal and then PMT and open the parentheses, and then you can see the rate, which is you're gonna need, and then the NPER, which is the number of like year or number of period, and then PV is the present value which we have right here, is the beginning balance right over here, and then the type, okay, which is also the FV. So if you want to find out the PMT, or the like rate first, so if you want to find the rate first, what you have to do is select the like number of month, which we have already over here. So what I'm gonna do is, let's say I have 25 over here. So just as I have 25 over here, that's gonna mean the number of months. So 25 divided by 12. Okay, so what I'm gonna do over here is equal PMT, open the parentheses, or let's just find out the rate first. So if you want to find out the rate, I'm just gonna make another cell over here, just let's say rate. I'm just gonna use the same one over here and use this one too. Now you can see what I'm gonna do is, let's find out the rate first. So the rate is gonna be let's go a bit here. So I'm gonna do is find out the rate. So when you want to find out the rate, it's quite basic how you will be able to find out the rate. So I'm gonna do is type in equal, and then what I'm gonna do is equal and then 25, okay, which I have over here. So I'm gonna do is 25 or like 0.25, whichever one you want. That's also gonna depend on you. So I'm gonna do is, let's say I'm gonna type in just 25 or 0.25. Okay, let's just type in 25 divided by 100. Okay, that is going to be 0.25, and let's say I want to divide that too, so let's type in 0.25 divided by 100. You can see that this is gonna be the rate. So if this is the rate, what I'm gonna do right here right now is gonna find out how it will function. So if I type in like just 25 by 100, 25 divided by 100, and we're gonna use this value. So if you want to like add more decimals, that's gonna be up to you, but if you don't want any decimals, you can also remove it, but make sure to keep these values. So most of the time we keep 4 digits, so it is like more useful. Now as we have all of it, the period and also the beginning balance and also the rate, so I'm gonna find out the PMT equal, and then PMT open the parentheses, and the rate is gonna be this one, and then comma, and then the end per is going to be 25, which we have over here, comma, and then the beginning balance. So as we have like a positive value, this is not the cash outflow. So to make sure to get like a positive value, so you have to type in minus and then select the cell, because minus indicates the cash outflow. So I'm going to do is close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see the PMT is going to be $25,094.81. So just as I got it, and now you will see I will use the cash flow. So total is gonna be deducted by using the end balance and then like putting a sum of all of it. Now what I'm gonna do is, as cash flow is like, let's say all the cash flows are like definite and like the same, but just increasing one each year, or okay. So as we have over here, so I'm gonna do is use another one which we most of the time use, so which is gonna be the PV. So how will you use the PV? So I'm gonna type in equal PV, and as I have the PV, I'm gonna use the rate. So the rate is gonna be this one, comma, and then you can also use 25 over here, and but if you just type in 25 of the like years, you can just use it, comma, and then the PMT is going to be this one, comma, and then the 0. Okay, another thing you have to keep in mind that the PMT is going to be like this, but let's say what I'm going to do right here is put in a minus value over here. So I'm going to type in minus and then hit enter, and you can see that this has given me a positive value. So just as I found it, I'm going to use the fill header to find out the rest of the ones. And if you see that some of them are value error, because some of them are value errors because most of the times when you like use this and this at the same time, it does not like give you an exact example. So I'm going to do is, you have to find out the ones which are like showing you like value error or maybe sometimes 0, so you have to do it individually because PV cannot scan all of the data in each of the cells. So I'm going to type in equal PV, open the parentheses, and do the rate, comma, and then end per is going to be 25. You can just type in 25, but I prefer using a cell, comma, and then the PMT. So the PMT is going to be this one, or it's like minus, and then this one, comma, and then 0. Close the parentheses, enter, and you can see that this error has appeared up. Why has it appeared up? Because what I'm gonna do is, this one is over here. I'm gonna do is type in minus D2, and now you can see that this one is this value. Why did they show name error and 0 error? Because when I selected the specific cell, which was 25 over here, and this cell was dragged into these ones. So because as those data, like as these cells does not have any data, so it put up like you know, a value error. But how can you like fix it? So if you want to fix it, like now you can see, just as I told you, the value like goes down. So what I'm gonna do over here is cut it, and then you can just lock in the values. So if you want to lock in the values, just lock in 25 and then lock in, enter, and now you can see the value will now be like not showing you an error, but this time you will only get those values. Okay, now as you can see that I have filled up my PV. Now as I have like filled up my PV, and you can see the amount is like increasing drastically and like really much. So now I'm gonna do is find out the return. So how will you find out the return? So I have some basic like steps which I like did right over here, because we need to like find out the values, right? So how you're gonna do is just click on F4 and A2, F4 into A2. So what we're gonna do is F4, which we have right here, which is the end balance. So how did you get the end balance? To get the end balance, which we have over here, is C plus E5N, C, which I have and then this one. So before that, what I'm gonna do is find out the return. So if you want to find out the return, we're just gonna like minus the values. So if you want to minus the values, or multiply f4 into a4, which we have over here, f4 into a4. So what I'm gonna do is type an equal and then f4 into a4, enter, and you can see the minus value is over here. Why is there a minus value? So when we use the cell, what we're gonna do is obviously use a minus value, minus, enter, and now you can see you're gonna get a positive value. So why is this like 0? Because these cells are, all of them are like correlated, so this is gonna be the loan schedule. Now what I'm gonna do is use the same cells, or like lock in the cells, and then what I'm gonna do is find out the exact ones, C4, F4, lock in the values, enter, and now as I've got the values, I'm just gonna use the fill header. What I'm gonna do over here is not C4 to lock in, enter, and you can see all the values have now changed, and the PV amount is now 0, because according to these data, now they are like quite the same. So I'm going to type an equal, and now what I'm going to do is to find the end balance. I'm just going to add all of them up. So I'm going to do is type in this plus this plus, and then the return, enter, and just as I get those values, I'm going to do is use the fill header to find out the rest of the ones, and then you can see you have found out the end balance. Now just as I found the end balance, what I'm going to do is, let's say I don't need any of those extra ones, so I'm just going to do a single sum. But if you don't want the single sum, just find out the NPV. So I'm going to type in equal NPV, open the parentheses, and the rate is going to be the same one, comma, and then you can use the values. So when you want to use the values, you can select whichever value you want. So the value is going to be cash flow, PV, and the end balance. Okay, so let's say for the first one, it's going to be cash flow, comma, PV, comma, end balance. Close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see the NPV has been found. Now use the fill header to find out the rest of the ones, but now if you see the ones that are 0, so that for those values you don't need to find any of those values. Okay, so I'm going to type an enter, and if you see a value error, sometimes the digit number has now crossed the limit. But let's say I'm going to use a minus. Even if it does not give me a value, that means the number cannot be placed in this Excel cell. Okay, not -3, but I'm gonna do is select on it, NPV, the rate is gonna be this one, hit enter, and as you found out the values, now use them, and you have to like use them like again and again. So I'm gonna do is the return, so I'm just gonna do is, let's say, the rate. So I'm gonna do is lock in the rate value, F4, hit enter, and now as you found out the values, now you can find out the rest of the NPVs. Okay, so all the NPVs have now been found. Now what I'm gonna do is find out the beginning balance. So as the beginning balance have now been like entered, so I'm gonna do is type in like 1000. So as all of them were like the same, just I'm gonna do is copy all of those, Control C, and then paste it right over here, because the beginning balance is gonna be the actual cash flow. Okay, so hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Before like ending it, you can also like use minus values over here to like indicate the cash outflows, but you can also use another one, which is going to be the interest right over here, so which is going to be like this, IPMT. To use this, I'm going to do is just use this cell. I'm going to do is just keep it like this. Okay, you can copy and paste it, but I'm going to show you an example, so how you can use the IPMT. So I'm going to do is type an equal IPMT, like the rate, lock in the rate, F4, comma, per is going to be 25, which we have over here, 25 month, comma, and end per is also 25, which we have over here. We're going to lock in these values, because if you don't lock in these values, they are going to change from time to time. F4, put in a comma. The PV is going to be where we have our data. Let's say the PV of the first one is going to be this one. We can also lock in this value, comma, and then the FV, which we have over there. If we don't have a FV, what you can do is just type in an FV, which you're going to need. So I'm going to do is Control X, I'm gonna find it, the FV equal FV, open the parentheses, the rate is gonna be this one, comma 25, which we have over here, comma the PMT is gonna be over there, comma, and then the PV, which we have over here, and then comma, end of the period, close the parentheses and enter, and that is going to be it. I'm going to do is equal IPMT to find out the values, equal IPMT, open the parentheses, rate is going to be this one. Let's like zoom out a bit if you want to, if like lock in the cell, per is going to be 25, which we have over here, per month, lock in that value too, comma, and the end per is going to be 25 too, which we have over here, lock in that value, comma, the PV is going to be which we have over here, lock in that value, comma, FV is going to be over here, which we have is L1, 2, 3, 4, L4, lock in that value, comma, and then the end of the period. Close the parentheses and enter, and you can see the interest has been found. Now use the whole cell, then you can find out all of them. Now if you just put in a minus value in the beginning of those ones which don't have a cash outflow, just use a minus value, and then you're gonna get a positive value over here. So this is how you will be able to use PMT and to make a complete loan schedule. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Well, both of these functions are like one of the most used function in Microsoft Excel, and a very important one. Well, this is also very important in job sectors and most asked question in like getting a job, because nowadays in all of business sectors, most of the jobs require Microsoft Excel, and it's better if you learn or like know how you're going to use VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So this is, or these two formulas are both different ones, but both of them like belong to the same category and also helps you like to search up values. Well, this is a reference based function or like a lookup function. Okay, so when you go to formulas, you can find it in the lookup and reference like section. You can see right over here VLOOKUP, and also when you go up you will see HLOOKUP. Okay, just as you see over here, and you can also see like both of them together combines to be XLOOKUP. But as this function or as this lesson is just about like VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, so I'm just gonna stay on VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. So just as the name stands, VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. So all of your datas must be like in this vertical form, okay? And HLOOKUP is gonna be in data, which is gonna be in like horizontal form. So I'm just gonna do it right now so you will understand it like later on. Okay, so this is horizontal form and this is vertical form. Okay, so for this form you're gonna use VLOOKUP, and for this form we're gonna use HLOOKUP. Okay, so makes the same sense, right? Control C, I'm just gonna get all the results over here for them. Okay, so I'm gonna do is, without any further ado, I'm just gonna hop onto the lesson. So when you're gonna use, like just as I said, to use when this function or when this format is used, just use VLOOKUP. So I'm just gonna use like the function and get the result for each and every one of them, and just by seeing them you might learn, and this is like really easy, there's nothing complex about it. So I'm just gonna type an equal and then VLOOKUP and then the lookup value. So the lookup value is gonna be this one, just as I have over here is Harry. Okay, so I'm gonna do is put in a comma, and then there's gonna be the table array. So the array also means the range of data which you have over here. So I'm gonna select whole of the range. When I select whole of the range, now Microsoft Excel will scan all of the data where the data is. Now I'm gonna put in a comma, and now the column index number. So you have to keep another thing in mind, that the column or the first column is gonna start from where the range starts or where the range is located. So as from here I have the data over here. Okay, so I'm gonna do is, let's say A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and D is 4. Okay, before going into that, I'm just gonna give you a better resolve of how it's gonna work. Control X, just gonna paste it over here so you get like an easier view. So I'm gonna type in equal again, VLOOKUP, and then the lookup value is Harry, put in a comma, and now the table array, select hold the range, put in a comma, and then the column index number. So just as I said, the column number is gonna start from where the column is starting from. As we had our data first from A, so even though like in basic sense A is 1, okay, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, and E is 5, but as the like table array started from B, so B is gonna be the first column index number. So let's say B, or like the range, from the range B is 1, C is 2, D is 3, E is 4. Okay, and if you have more data, so the column index number is gonna like increase, and whichever data you want, you can put it like that. So from here, just as I said, I'm gonna need maths, okay, because I have the header maths. So as I selected Harry, I'm gonna need like maths. So just as I said, 1 is gonna be the name and 2 is gonna be maths. So I'm gonna type in 2. Close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see Harry got the marks of 67 in maths. Okay, and the function is gonna work like this. Now I'm gonna show you another one and then go to the next ones. Okay, I'm gonna put in equal and then VLOOKUP, and then the lookup value is going to be Hermione this time. Put in a comma, just as I said, select the whole array or range of data, put in a comma, and then let's say I want maths again, so I'm going to type in 2, or let's say I want English this time, so I'm going to do is type in 3, close the parentheses, or this time what we're going to do is lock in the values, F4 and F4 again, hit enter, and you can see 56. But now what we're gonna do is when we use this one, 56 and 97. Why is it like this? Because those values are now locked in. Well, let's say I'm gonna do is not lock in those values. I'm gonna do is F4 again, so that the data are not like locked in, and I can like use the fill header to get the rest of the result. And now you can see for English, that is English or maths, that is gonna be 88 and 97, just as you see right over here. Okay, now what we're gonna use the data, or like show you the HLOOKUP function, or how it's gonna work. Just as I told you, it's gonna be the horizontal data. Now I'm gonna show you all of those, how it's gonna work. Well, it's similar to VLOOKUP, just it's gonna be like gonna need the value in horizontal. So I'm gonna type in equal HLOOKUP. Okay, so just as I used this value, I'm gonna use is select Harry this time, put in a comma, and then the table array is gonna be this whole array over here. And just as I said, as this is the horizontal like data, so this is gonna need the row index number. So row is gonna be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. In basic sense, like 1 starts from here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Even if it's like down here, just as the starting of the like range, so it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm gonna type in, let's say I want math, so I'm gonna type in 2, close the parentheses, and you're gonna see 67 is gonna appear up for Harry, because Harry got the mark of 67. I'm gonna do is keep it to be bold, so you can like differentiate those data. So as this is 67, so this is how you will be able to use HLOOKUP function in Microsoft Excel. This time I'm going to show you by going into the formulas tab and then using all the function to like find out the results. So I'm going to type in equal. Okay, my bad, just as I said, I'm going to go to the formulas tab and then go to lookup and reference, and this time I'm going to use for like search for HLOOKUP. So HLOOKUP is going to be just below it, HLOOKUP, and you can see the same interface and the same type of data is needed. So I'm going to type in the lookup value. So the lookup value is going to be Hermione. Put in a comma, not in a comma, but go here, the table array, just select this whole cell, or you can also type it just how you want it to be. And then what I'm going to do is row index number, so select it in numerical form. So let's say I want data, right? So data of maths, so maths is 2, so I'm going to type in 2. And you can also like range lookup, but that is going to be like totally optional, so I'm going to type in OK, and you can see Hermione got 95. Okay, 95 in maths. So this is how you will be able to use it. I'm going to show the same thing on VLOOKUP too, so that like you won't get confused of how it's gonna work when you're gonna use those data in the formulas tab. So I'm gonna type in, or just select the cell where you want the result first, and then go to formulas, lookup, and then go to VLOOKUP, and you can see the same type of interface opens up. And then from here, I'm gonna look up value is gonna be Snape right over here. So I'm gonna go to the next one, which is gonna be the table array. Select the whole array just as I have over here, and then the column index number is gonna be 2 because that is for maths. Close the parentheses in here, but you can also just tap OK right over here, and you can see 58 for Snape. So I'm going to use the fill header this time, and you can see 89 for Gandalf. But if you lock in the values, then you will see the data might be a bit different. When you use the fill header, you can see 58 is both of the cells, because when you lock in the values, the cell don't change. Let's say go here, okay, so it's gonna be like this. It's still locking in for Snape, but this time what we're gonna need is gonna be Gandalf. So I'm gonna just cut it, and here is G5. Lock in the cell, hit enter, and you can see right over here is gonna be G5. Well, that must be like it, because this is how it's supposed to work. What I'm gonna do is make this cell a bit bigger so I can get the data. I'm gonna type in equal VLOOKUP. Lookup value is gonna be this one. Lock in the cell, comma, and then the whole cell. Put in a comma, and then the column index number should be 2. Close the cell, and if it shows like this, then it has a bit of a problem. So let's say Gandalf. Lock in the cell F4, but let's say I'm not gonna lock in the values this time. I'm just gonna hit enter, and if it still just gives you this, then it must be a problem. Okay, GANDALF, you have to like see what type of data there is. Gandalf, GANDALF, GANDALF. Okay, so this is how you will be able to find out the result of those cells. Okay, let's say try using this, and if it still gives you this value, then there is a problem with this cell. Okay, but all of them will work just as they are. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson, we're gonna learn about VLOOKUP and choose function. Well, if you are like familiar with Microsoft Excel, you might know that VLOOKUP is one of the most used Excel function, and one of the like really popular one, because this is a requirement in a lot of jobs. And even during like job questions, people, when like let's say in a job the requirement is Excel, so they might ask you to like show how you can do VLOOKUP, or how does the VLOOKUP function work, because this is used in, let's say it's like used in daily basis, because when you have like a lot of data and you have to search up for a specific type of data, so obviously you're gonna need to use the VLOOKUP function, and that is why it is like one of the most popular and the most used Excel function in Microsoft Excel. So what is the VLOOKUP function? So VLOOKUP is used when you need to find things in a table or range of row or by row. For example, look up a price of an automotive part by the part number, or find an employee name based on their employee ID. So here what we're gonna do is find out the colors, okay, and also later on we're also gonna use another function called choose to find out the ratings, but we can also use them, or also use the function to find out the result. Okay, now I'm gonna show you a short example of how VLOOKUP is gonna work. So I'm gonna do is type in equal, type in VLOOKUP. If you can't find the like, or you forgot how to type in, just I'm gonna later show on like how you can use the same function by going to the formulas tab. So when you like open the parentheses of VLOOKUP, you can see that there are several types of data which you need to find out the result. So the first thing what you're gonna need is to find out, let's say what you're gonna need is the lookup value. So the lookup value is gonna be the code. Okay, so according to this we're gonna find out the color. So I'm gonna do is make this column or cell a bit bigger. Okay, so as we see it right over here, I'm going to type in equal VLOOKUP, and the lookup value is going to be 1. So I'm going to type in comma and the table array. So I'm going to select the table array, which I have over here. I'm going to put in another comma and the column index number. So the color is on the second one. Why is it on the second one, and why is the second? Okay, so in basic like sense, the first cell or the first column number starts from 1, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So why isn't it like 8? So the number of the column is gonna be based on where the table array is gonna start. So the table array started from here, which is gonna be G3, and then ended on H. Okay, so you can see the column is gonna be this one, the G is gonna be the first one, H is gonna be the second, I is gonna be third. If you like increase the range a bit, so it's gonna be like according to the table array. So as we need the color, so we're gonna type in 2 because color is in the second column. So I'm gonna type in 2, close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can see for 1 it is red. We're gonna find out another one, which is gonna be 3 according to this. So as I told you that I was gonna find out the data or the result by going to the formulas tab. So I'm just gonna go to formulas, and just as I told you, VLOOKUP is in the lookup and reference one. So go down and you can see VLOOKUP. Now you will see an interface like this will open up, and it will require some data. So the lookup value, just as I said, so lookup value is gonna be 3, just as I said over here. And then the table array is gonna be this one. Select this range, and the column index number is gonna be 2. So just as it is done, so I'm just gonna hit enter or just press OK, and you can see for 3 it is blue. Okay, but let's say I'm gonna change this value, not C5, but let's say I'm gonna select this, and you can see for 4 it is pink. But I'm not gonna need that because here I have 3 over here, so zip type is 3. Now you can also use the fill header to find out the result. So I'm gonna use the fill header this time, and you can see for 2 it's green. Why is it green? Because now it has selected a different value, but it's gonna like keep this cell to be 4 of them. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is show you how when you like use absolute reference. I'm gonna type in F4, F4, F4 to like lock in the values, hit enter, and when I use fill header, you will see only blue will still be available, and it will show up only blue but not pink, because now when you select on this, the same cell or the same reference as 3 is gonna be used, but not like 4. So what you're gonna need to do here is type in this one and then hit enter, and you can see that this one will turn into pink. So just as I showed you, that will be how you're gonna use VLOOKUP function. And now I'm gonna show you the next function, which is gonna be the choose function. Well, it is also quite like a function which is used to find out the specific type of value in a table array. So the choose function is to select one of the like up to 254 values based on the index number. For example, if value 1 through value 7 are the days of the week, choose like returns one of the days when a number between 1 and 7 is used as index number. So I'm just gonna show you an example over here. But what is the choose function in Excel? Well, I just told it to you. Okay, so what is choose then switch in Excel? So as choose requires the option to be listed in order, let's say 1 2 3 and then up to 254. Okay, 254 values. But let's say switch does not, because choose will return an error if no matching option is found, but switch allows us to specify a default value that will be returned if no match value is found. So some people might think that is choose a lookup function. Well, it is kind of a reference and lookup function, but you know how different it is. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is just show you an example of how the choose function will work. So I'm just gonna type in equal and then choose, not char but choose, open the parentheses and the index number. So I'm gonna do is select the index number which I have over here. Okay, as I have the score right here. So I'm gonna do is type in this one. Okay, let's say this one and put in a comma. Or you can also type in 4. Let's say 4 is going to be the index number. I'm going to type in a comma. And now, which is going to be the values. So the values must be put in like double quotation, or else you might not be able to use that value. I'm going to do is double quotation, and then it's going to be good. close the like double quotation cross, then comma, value 2 is gonna be double quotation, bad. You have to keep in mind that as this is like case sensitive, so you have to keep in mind that all the cases should be like same, comma, and then average, double quotation, average, double quotation, comma, double quotation, and then put excellent, or whichever data you have over here, double quotation, and then close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can see for 4 it's excellent. Now we can also use the fill header. Well, you might see that it might be like 4, but here you can see that this is 1. So I'm gonna do is just put on 1 over here, and you can see for 1 it is good. Now I'm gonna put a different one over here, which is gonna be 3. So 3 is gonna be average. Okay, but you can do another thing to get like extra values, or like you don't have to like change the values again and again. So I'm gonna do is just use the cell reference. So that to choose the cell reference, what I'm gonna do is just select C10, hit enter, and you will get that value again. And then you can use this like fill header to get out the values, and you might like not have to use like changing different values over and over again. Okay, so I'm gonna just show you this function again, okay, because some might find it like a bit complex, or like some might not even get it. So I'm gonna show you both of how I did it, like both of the ways how I did it. So I'm gonna do is type in equal and then type in choose, open the parentheses, and then it's gonna ask for the index number, right? So the index number is according to which type of score, or which score you are searching for. So for here, according to this table, I'm gonna search up for the value of Rhino, which is score has 2, but now we need the rating, so I'm gonna just select on the cell or just type in 2. So if you use the value like typing in 2 or whichever numerical value it is, then if you use the fill header to find out the different ones, then you have to change each and every of the values again and again, where like whichever table it is. But when you select like a cell reference, then you can just select and then use the fill header, and it's gonna scan the data itself, okay, because it's gonna use relative reference. Then put in a comma, and then the value, just as I said, put double quotation, good, close the parentheses, not closing the parentheses but double quotation, bad, double quotation, comma, and then average, double quotation, double quotation, comma, double quotation, excellent, whichever data I have over here, close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see 2 is bad. We can also do the same thing over here. I'm gonna do it over here so that you can understand. Equal, choose, and then index number is gonna be 1, just as I have over here, double quotation, and then red, double quotation, comma, then green, double quotation, green, double quotation, comma, then blue, double quotation, the comma, and then pink. Don't forget to put a double quotation or else it's not gonna work. Double quotation, and then close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see for 1 it's red. Now I can just use the fill header to find out the rest of the ones. So this is how you will be able to use VLOOKUP and choose function in Microsoft Excel. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to a new lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're going to learn about VLOOKUP and column function. Well, both of them are individually different type of functions, but we can also use them together by mixing them. But before going into the lesson, I'm just going to give you a brief of what VLOOKUP is and what column function is. So VLOOKUP is a lookup and reference type of function which helps you to like find out a data in an array or a table. Let's say you have like a lot of data in a specific table, just like this, okay? Even though this is like a short one, but let's say you have a large one. But you have to find like a specific type of data according to, let's say, the code, or maybe even say, let's say, the score, sometimes even like name, okay? So, but you need not the name, but let's say the rating. But you need to find it, okay? So what I'm gonna do here is gonna be showing you how you can like
use the VLOOKUP function and also how you can use the column function. So first off, I'm just going to show you an example of how you can use the VLOOKUP function. So let's say I want to find out the color over here. So I'm going to type in equal VLOOKUP. Well, there are two ways to use this function. I'm just going to show you both of them one by one. So the lookup value. So the lookup value is going to be 1 because according to this table, the T and the code is 1. And as you can see, the reference is right over here. Put in a comma. Table array is going to be this one. Then what you have to keep in mind that in like selecting or using VLOOKUP, the table array is gonna be where the data is, and next what you have to remember is that column index number. So in basic sense, the first column starts from, or the first column is from A, then second is B, third is C, but D is 4, right? But it's gonna differ on VLOOKUP because here it's gonna be according to where the column or where the table array is gonna start. Okay, so here it starts from G and that ends on G. So this is gonna be the first one and this is gonna be the second column. So let's say I need the color over here, right? So I'm gonna type in 2 because color is on the second column. Okay, now close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can see 1 is for red. We can use it on 3 too. Let's type in equal VLOOKUP. The lookup value is 3, comma, and then select the whole array, comma, and 2 because color is on 2. Close the parentheses and enter, and you can see for 3 is blue. Now we're going to show it to you by going on the formulas tab. Now what I'm going to do is find out VLOOKUP right over here. The lookup value is going to be 2, which I have over here. The table array is going to be over here, just as you can see. And then we're gonna do is put the column index number, which is gonna be 2, and then press OK, and you can see for 2 it is green, just like this one. We're gonna find it out again. Go to lookup and references, find VLOOKUP. From here I'm gonna select the reference for table array. It's gonna be this one, then column index number is gonna be 2, press OK, and you can see for 4 it is pink. Now this time what I'm going to show you is going to be outside of the result, but this time I'm going to use VLOOKUP and column next time. So what the column function does is that it finds out the number of the column according to basic sense, okay? Or let's say, just as I said, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4. So when you use the column function, it finds out the value or the result or the number of the column which you are using it as a reference. So without like complexities, I'm just gonna show it to you how it works. Equal, then column, open the parentheses and select the reference. Let's say I want this one or whichever one you want. Let's say I'm gonna select this one, red, D3, right? Close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see D3 is 4. Why is it 4? Because in basic sense, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4. So D is 4 and this is red. Well, you might think that why, like there must be some problems or maybe some issues, but let me show it to you again by using the same function, column, and before I used red, so I'm just gonna use our pink. Okay, close the parentheses, enter, and you can see that this is the same. So now you are like 100% sure that this function works like this. So select whichever cell you want as a reference and it's gonna show you the number of the column it is in. Now what I'm gonna show you is how you can find out the result by using both of these functions together and getting the result. Well, we have 4 boxes over here and we're gonna get all 4 of them by using them individually and making a deluxe one. So what I'm gonna do is type in equal, and then first one is gonna be VLOOKUP, and then the lookup value. So the lookup value, what we're gonna use is, let's say this one, which is gonna be score, and put in a comma, select the range. After selecting the range, what we're going to do is put in another comma. Now, while using the column index number, we're going to use the function called column, and from here, what we're going to do is select the reference, which is going to be this one. Okay, so here we have 2 types of data. So it might put like either red or either good. So I'm just going to select whichever. This one is close the parentheses, and then close another parentheses, hit enter, and you might see that reference error has appeared. But when you like keep it, or when you put another comma over here, Okay, when you put another comma and one over here and put like exact match and then hit enter, and you will get, I'm just gonna hit enter. Now you can see when I hit enter I got the value good, because here when I use the function, so we got good because one, and in reference this is gonna be the whole column, so I got that result. I'm just gonna show it to you again, but this time, because if we don't want any like confusion, so I'm just gonna keep it like this, because if it's like in the same column there might be some issues because the number is kind of like a problem. Okay, so I'm gonna do is type in equal VLOOKUP again. Now the lookup value is going to be 1. This time put a comma. The table array, well, the number is a bit like jumbled, so I'm just going to use this one again to be 1. Now I'm just going to fill out the field header and then keep him to be field series. Now I'm just going to do is type in equal and then VLOOKUP. Lookup value is going to be 2. Put in a comma. The table array is going to be this one. Score and rating. Put another comma. And then the column index number is gonna be which is gonna be the function called columns. Now select the reference. Let's say I'm gonna select this one. Close the parentheses, put a comma, and then false exact match. Close the parentheses, enter. Now you can see when I hit enter I got the result of bad, because for 2 it is bad, 3 is average, excellent, and 4 is like excellent. So I'm just going to use this, but you can see bad will appear up. But when you use field formatting only, click on it, and now you can see when I use the field header again, this will give me a different type of value. Okay, so when you like mix both of those functions, this is how it will function. Okay, so what we're gonna do is show it to you again individually, because how those functions work. Okay, I'm going to delete this and I'm going to find out the result again by using both of those. Equal is going to be column. To find out the column, just select the reference, close the parentheses, hit enter, and that is going to be it, because H is 8. And use the function equal VLOOKUP, select the reference, comma, select the whole range which you have the data in, and the column index number is going to be 2. Put in a comma and then type it false or whichever one you want. Now you can see for 2 it is bad. So just as we got this one over here, we got the rating. I'm just going to show you another one, like the last one which we have is going to be again VLOOKUP in column. Just going to use equal and then put VLOOKUP. The lookup value is going to be, let's search for 4 this time, so I'm just gonna go to this cell over here and find out for 4, equal VLOOKUP, and the lookup value is gonna be this one. Put in a comma, select the whole array, put in another comma, and then the column index number, we can use the column function, but this time I'm just gonna use 2. Put like close the parentheses and enter, and you can see for 4 it is pink, and this time I'm gonna type in equal columns, then select this one, red, or whichever one you want, let's say pink, close the parentheses and enter, and you can see for this one it is 11. Now you can also like use the same function over and over again, but keep in mind that even like if you use it over and over again, you will like become more professional, getting more professional at it and more better at it. So some things and like or some function in Excel might feel like it's a lot more complex, it's like very complex, but when you like do it for a couple of times, you will find out that those are like really easy. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're going to learn about match and VLOOKUP function. Well, as we know that these two functions are like one of the most used functions in Microsoft Excel, especially VLOOKUP. So the VLOOKUP is a lookup and reference type of function which helps you to find out the exact type of data in a specified cell or specified type of table and array. And the match function finds out the number of the column or the number of the row where the specific type of data is located. So today I'm going to show you or describe to you like how both of these functions can be combined together to get a specified type of result, and also we can like use it to like show individually how those type of function actually work. So just as this is found, so I'm gonna do is show it to you one by one how we can do that. So just as I told you, I'm gonna start off with a VLOOKUP function. So I'm gonna type it equal. Well, VLOOKUP is like one of the most questioned function, or one of the most like used function even in like job sectors, or even let's say job requirements. So you have to like know this function, because this is one of the function which is going to be really important in your daily life, and even in your business life, and even in education. So the lookup value is going to be 1 according to this table. Put in a comma and then the table array. So the table array is going to be the product and code. So I'm going to select the code over here, put in a comma, and then the column index number is going to be 2, because I need the color over here. Another thing you have to keep in mind of why did I say 2. Let's say you're going to think that the column index number is from here, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, and code is in the 11th row, but I'm going to put in 2. Why is it 2? Because it's going to start off from the like column where the data has started. So as this has started from this J, so it is 10, but this is 11, but yet as this started, our table started from here, so I'm going to do is count it as 1 and count this as 2. So I'm going to type in 2, close the parentheses, and you will see the color of 1 is going to be red. Okay, we're going to use it again, or show it to you again, by equal VLOOKUP. The lookup value is going to be 3, comma, just as I said, select the whole cell, comma, the column index number is going to be 2, put in a comma, and then exact match, which you need, like close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can see for 3 it is blue, just as I see over here. But if you have a different type of data, let's say I'm going to type in purple, and you can see that the data has turned into purple, just as I said. Now even if you like, let's say, even though I'm not working on this one, I'm just going to type in white, it's still going to change the value, just as you change the value of the reference. But if you like use a different cell reference, let's say I'm going to cut it, or cut the whole, Control X, I'm going to paste it over here, and now you can see that this one will turn into not this one, but the whole cell is on this one. So it's just gonna like still scan the data where it is and then give you the value. Okay, so now I'm gonna show you is how the match function works. So the match function, what just I told you, it's gonna search for the data in a specific type of array or column, and then show you the number of the column or the row where it is like located. So I'm gonna type in equal and then match. The lookup value is going to be, let's say, 1. So what I'm going to do is, as I've selected the lookup value, this time I'm going to select the lookup array. So for 1, let's say instead of that, I'm going to use a name which we have over here. So I'm going to do is, as I don't have names, so I'm going to use the score, let's say 2, which I have over here, or even let's say 1. 1 is like perfect, which I have C10, comma, and then select the rating and the score, which we have over here. I'm going to do is select this range, put in a comma, and then the exact match, which you need to write over here. And just as I select or hit enter, you will see it will give me a value of 3. So just as it gave me 3, so you can see that from this table, which I have over here, number 1 is like located on the 3rd column or the 3rd row, which you have 1 2 3. Okay, so this has given me the value 3. Now what I'm going to show you is also find it, or like use both of these different functions by going to the formulas tab. So first I'm going to use the VLOOKUP function, which I'm going to use over here. Go down and VLOOKUP. The lookup array is going to be 2, which I have over here. The column is going to be, or the total array is going to be this one. Instead of this, I'm going to do is select this table array. It's going to be the whole table, and the column index number should be 2, because I need the color, and you can see the color is on the 2nd column. So just hit enter or OK, and you can see this is going to be green. And now I'm going to do the same thing over here. Look up an array, go to VLOOKUP, and what I'm going to do is the lookup value is going to be 4. The table array is going to be this one. Then the column index number should be 2, and you can just type in false over here if you want to. Hit enter, and you can see 4 is for pink. But if you want a different one, let's say true, when you type in true, sometimes it doesn't give you the value, but sometimes it does. So I'm going to keep it like whichever one you want, but you can also like close the parentheses just as I said without any like modes, and then hit enter, and it's still gonna give you the value. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same one over here, and what I'm gonna do is find out match. So the match function is also a lookup and reference type of function. I'm gonna do or click over here, and you can see the match function is like here. So I'm gonna do is the lookup value is gonna be, let's say, 2, and the lookup array is gonna be this one, which I have over here, and then the match type is gonna be how you want the match type to be. So let's say you can put in 1, 0, or -1, just as I told you. 1 is gonna be less than, 0 is gonna be exact value, and -1 is gonna be greater than value. So I'm gonna do is type in 0 because I want an exact match. So I'm gonna type enter, and you can see 2 is in the 5. Okay, why is it 2 in the 5? Because that is where it is selected, or the cell is like located. Okay, I'm gonna do is, let's say, 0, but I'm gonna do is type in like 1, and you can see it's 3. Okay, so as I selected this one, it's in like this one, but when you select 0, it's gonna show you that 3 is in the 5th cell, like 5th row, because I selected this as a reference just so you can see. But if I use 2 as a reference, it's gonna give me the value of 1 or 2, and you can see 2 is in this, so it has given me the value of 2. So what I'm gonna do over here, as I found out those data, I'm gonna just find out like the result by using both of the functions together. So I'm gonna type in equal, and then let's say VLOOKUP, and the lookup value is gonna be by using match. When we use match function, so just as I said, I'm gonna type in equal VLOOKUP, and the lookup value is gonna be 1 first off, comma. The table array is gonna be this one, just as I said, where the data is gonna be like located. Put in a comma, and this time what we're gonna do is use the function match. So type in match, and the lookup value. So you have to keep another thing in mind, that both of these functions do not function together that well. But let's say I need the data, which is just 2 over here, but let's say if you had another table over here, then you can put in different values. So you have to see that which one this one is available on. So as this is 2, so I'm going to type in or select this one to be 2 over here, which I'm going to get the result as 2. So I'm going to like C11, I'm going to select this one. Even if 3 is like over here and 3 was over there, I should have like selected 3. So I'm going to do is put in a comma, and then what I'm going to do over here is the lookup array, which is going to be selected here, and put another comma, and then the exact match. So I'm going to close in the parentheses again, close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see 1 is for bad. So you can like use the fill header, but you're going to get different type of values. You can see both of the errors have appeared up because the data changes from here to here and then goes from here to here. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here is delete these and then find out those values just as I need them to be. So I'm going to type in equal VLOOKUP. You can also use the match function like over here, just as you see. So let's say I have 2 over here, so I'm going to type in 2. Let's see how it works. 2, and then select the whole cell. Let's say it's going to give me a value of 2 again, so I'm going to put it like this, exact value, close the parentheses, and then put in a comma, and then table array is going to be the whole cell. So put in another comma, and the column index number should be 2. Now let's say close the parentheses or put in a comma, exact match, close the parentheses, hit enter, and you can see for 2 it is good. Okay, so 2 is good. So this is how you will be able to do it. So I'm gonna do the same thing again. I'm gonna put in a comma, VLOOKUP. I'm going to use this lookup because I don't have this one as on the 4th cell, so I'm going to put in C13 as a match value. Table array is going to be this one. Okay, let's say I'm going to select it like this, put in a comma, column index number, I'm going to use this match function. So just as I said, as this is going to be 2, so I have to select this 2, put in a comma, select the like column, put in another comma, exact value. Okay, not this 1 but exact match, which I need. Close the parentheses again, hit enter, and you can see 4 is for average. So hope you guys understood everything, and thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson we're going to learn about NPV, or net present value. Well, before getting into the lesson, what we're going to learn about is what NPV is, how does it function, and why is it used. Well, in description NPV calculates the net present value of an investment by using a discount rate and a series of future payment. So you have to keep another thing in mind, that one of it has to be a negative value, and also the income is or should be positive values. So during cash flows it must be like a negative value, and when it is cash inflow it must be positive value, or also termed as income. So what does the NPV tell us? So NPV, or net present value, is the present value of the cash flows at the required rate of return of your project compared to your initial investment. So in practical terms, it's a method of calculating your return on investment, or ROI, for a project of expenditure. So how do you calculate the NPV? So you have to just use the equal and then NPV, well, just as you use the other functions in Microsoft Excel. But you have to keep in mind that NPV in Excel is also known as which is like the net present value, which used to calculate the difference between the current cash inflow and cash outflow for an investment. It is built-in function in Excel, so you don't have to worry about it. But if you can't like find it, just go to the formulas tab and then start using it. So using NPV, the advantage of using NPV method using IRR over the example over is the NPV can handle multiple discount rates or varying cash flow directions. Each year's cash flow can be discounted separately from the others, so the NPV method is more flexible than evaluating individual periods. Okay, so if you've seen the like other videos which was IRR, so I'm going to show you a basic of IRR now, and then later on show you what advantages does NPV have. Before that, as we're starting from scratch, so I'm going to do is type in some specific type of data which we're going to need. I'm going to do is use the fill header over here, and then I'm going to do is fill the series, and then let's say the cash flow. So what you have to keep in mind, just as I said, that there must be like a negative value, which is the cash outflow. So I'm going to do is minus, let's say 30,000, which is going to be $30,000, and then you can type in random digits or random numbers to fill in your cash inflow or income, which is per year. So I'm going to keep it like this, and then I want to keep it like this. Okay, so before going into NPV, what we're gonna do first is find out the IRR. So if you want to find out the IRR, I'm gonna do is type in equal IRR, and then select all of the values, which we did right here, close the parentheses and hit enter. So you can see that the cost of capital was 15%, but we got was 4%. So that means that we are running on a loss project, or this project is in a loss. But let's say we're gonna do is increase the values. Okay, even if it's like 16%, we're on 1% profit. So this is how IRR works in Microsoft Excel. Even though IRR and NPV both are like discounting functions, so you can keep in mind that you can use both of them whenever you need it. Next, what I'm going to show you is the NPV function, which was about the lesson. Okay, so NPV, which is the net present value, is going to calculate all of the money according to your like month or the year, whichever one you do. But you have to keep in mind that there must be a negative value and there must be positive values. Okay, so just as I said, or used right over here, which is the cost of capital right over here. Okay, so as the cost of capital is like this, okay, 15%. Now what I'm gonna do is find out the NPV. So to find out the NPV, I'm gonna do is start using the function which is equal NPV, just as you use other functions. Just type it equal NPV, open the parentheses, and then select the rate. In IRR, you just have to select the rate of data or the range of cells, but in NPV, what you have to do is select the rates or select the range of data individually one by one. Okay, then I'm gonna do is select the rate first, which is I have over here 15%, comma, and then the value 1. Select all of them, comma, this one, this one, this one, this one, this, put in a comma after each and every one, and at the end just close the parentheses and hit enter. And you can see the NPV is gonna be $776. If you want to keep it like keep in decimals, you can keep the decimals, but I prefer not using the decimals because I don't need them much often and looks a bit more professional without the decimals, so I like using it this way. Now what I'm going to show you is find out the IRR again. So if you want to use the IRR again, equal IRR, or you can do another thing, but I'm going to show you the IRR again, including this value. Open the parentheses and then like select all of them, close the parentheses and enter, and you can still see it's 16%. Okay, so just as we used the NPV to find out the value, but we also found out the rate of percentage, okay, or the rate of return. So we are still running on profit. Now what I'm going to show you is again make another table over here, Control C. I'm going to paste it right over here. Now I'm going to do is find out the NPV of this like column and this range of data too. What I'm going to do is change the values like I have here. So now I'm editing or using like a lot of data, so obviously it's going to run on more profit this time. Equal NPV, let's say I'm going to select the rate, which is going to be 15%, comma, and then select all of the values, comma, this one, this, and this one. Close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can see that this time it's 64,133. Just as you can see, the massive development, or like a massive jump from $776 to $64,133. So you can also find out the IRR according to this value, but what I'm gonna do right here is find out the IRR again, because I'm gonna do is equal IRR and then select all the values, close the parentheses, enter, and you can see now the percentage of this IRR of this value is gonna be 105%, which is gonna be like almost like twice the amount or twice the cost of capital or the money invested in it. Now what you have to keep in mind, just as I told you, if you don't have a negative value, it might not work well. Just as you can see, this is the number value, as it does not have any negative value, only positive value. So what you have to keep in mind that you have to have like a cash outflow, only then it will work. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right here, as this is the 15%, I'm gonna do is multiply it by 15%. Okay, so I'm gonna get all of these values. Let's say I'm gonna type equal, then select this one, multiply it, open the parentheses, and let's say 15 divided by 100. Close the parentheses, enter, and you can see that this is the value 116 for this year. Okay, for this like table or this chart, it's like $116, but we're gonna find out this one too. Equal, what I'm gonna do is select this one, multiply it, and then open the parentheses, and then select 15%, 15 divided by 100, enter, and you can see the value of it is 9,620. We're gonna do the same thing by removing the decimals so that it looks a lot more professional, okay, and a lot more cleaner look. So this is how you will be able to use NPV functions and IRR functions to find out the discount in Microsoft Excel. Well, some people might think that it's like a really complex, but it's actually not. If you start using all of the functions or start using Microsoft Excel, and even in your job sectors, well, there are a lot of jobs that like require Microsoft Excel usage these days. So hope you guys like understood everything and will be able to use all of these functions and use all of these steps to get your results in your daily life or even in your corporate life. So thank you for watching this video. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. So in this lesson we're going to learn about indirect and VLOOKUP function. Well, individually both of them are different functions, but I might like also show you how you can use VLOOKUP and indirect function both together. But before getting into the lesson, I'm just going to give you a short brief and then also show you examples of how those function individually functions, and also later on I'm going to show you how you can like use both of them together to find out an exact result, how you can. So without any further ado, let's just hop into the lesson. So, as we know, VLOOKUP function is the one of the most used functions in Microsoft Excel and one of the most popular one. Now, recent in days, VLOOKUP is so important that it is also required in a job sector and a requirement in like a job. So you must have a good idea of how the VLOOKUP function works. So VLOOKUP is like a lookup and reference type of function which helps you to find out an exact type of data in a particular range of data, or even so a table, which you can see right here. I have a small range of data over here and also one over here. Well, both of them are different, but I'm just going to show you how you will work over it from time to time. So as you can see that I also have a table which is like incomplete, so I'm gonna fill up this table just how I need them to be. So what I'm gonna do over here is gonna be changing up like you know, like tables. I'm just gonna jumble up these words so you might think that okay. So I'm gonna do is to tap into, let's say 1, and let's say 3, 4. I'm gonna keep this 4 to be average, 3 to be excellent. Even though it doesn't make sense, just I'm gonna keep it like this so that you don't think that it's just all, you know, a hoax. So I'm gonna do is show you how the VLOOKUP function works. I'm gonna show you both of the methods, like how you can use it. I'm gonna type in equal and then VLOOKUP. Then the lookup value is gonna be according to which data you're gonna search up for. As I only have code and color over here, so I'm gonna select on the code which I need over here for a T. I'm gonna put in a comma and then the table array. So where is the table array? So the table array is the table where it contains the actual or like specific type of data. So I'm going to select this whole array, put in a comma, and then the column index number. So in basic sense, the column index number starts from A, B, C, D, E, F, and then continues, right? So A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and D is 4, and then like it just continues. But according to this like function, it's going to start off where the data has started or where the table array is. So even though I have the table array on J, so the this is the starting one, so this is going to be 1 and this is going to be 2. So what do I need? So according to this data, I'm going to need the color. So color is on the second column, so I'm going to type in 2. Now I'm gonna put in a comma if you want to, but you can also close the parentheses and then just hit enter, but I prefer the exact match, so I'm gonna close the parentheses and then hit enter, and you can see for 1 it is red. I'm gonna show it to you again for 3 by using the same formula, equal VLOOKUP. Lookup value is gonna be 3 according to how just I said, because zip has the code 3. Put in a comma, the table array which I have over here, put in a comma, the column index number just as I need is the color, so put in a 2, comma, and then you can type in false however you want to. It's not case sensitive, so you can even type like small letters, false, and then close the parentheses, and it's still gonna work. Let's try it again. I'm just gonna keep it let's say I'm gonna keep the first one like capital false. Still it's gonna show me, but it's gonna turn itself into all capitals. I'm gonna type in let's say I'm gonna type in FALSE, and it's still gonna give me the result, because this VLOOKUP function, the last type is not like case sensitive, so you have to keep in mind that you can just type in anything or like just similar to what the data needs, and then it will show you the exact type of data according to your table and according to which data of table you need. Now I'm going to show you the next method, which is going to be going to the formulas tab and then finding the VLOOKUP and then getting the result. I'm going to go to formulas and then select on lookup and reference. Just as I told you, VLOOKUP is a lookup and reference type of function. I'm going to go to lookup and reference, go to VLOOKUP. From here I'm going to lookup array is going to be 2. The table array is going to be where I have the data, which is going to be this one, comma, and the column index number is going to be 2. Then OK, and you can see this is green. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. Go to like lookup and reference, go down here, VLOOKUP. This is gonna be 4. This is gonna be this one, and then column index number should be 2. Put in a comma, and now you can see we have filled up our first area. So I'm going to do is do another thing which we have over here. Let's say equal Control X. I'm just going to keep it like this. It's equal, and then this is going to start from J9 K13, J9 K13, J9 into K13. Okay, let's just keep it like this. Control X. I'm just gonna need it later on. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is also use another one, which is gonna be, for one, it is gonna be bad, so it's gonna be H11. I'm just gonna keep it like this. This is gonna be H12, H13. Okay, so I have some like the relative reference of a cell which I have over here. Well, this is like a whole array, but these are like specific ones. So I'm gonna do is start adding in data, and how let you guys know how the indirect function works. So the indirect function works in a way so that when you select the reference or the data of the reference, it's gonna show you the exact cell what type of data that reference cell has. So I'm gonna do is equal indirect, and then the reference cell which I have over here. So what I'm gonna do is, let's say, select this one, like close the parentheses, enter, and even though one is not excellent, so one is like bad, and bad contains in H11, so I'm gonna type in H11 over here. So I'm gonna do is one H11, and you can see one is bad just as it is on this table. So you can like see and then do it, but we know that VLOOKUP is a lot more easier. Okay, as VLOOKUP is a lot more easier, well, a bit later I'm gonna show it to you how it's gonna work. Indirect, open the parentheses, and let's see how 13, 14, or 12 works. Close the parentheses, enter, and you can see it's average. So it's gonna like find out the data in the indirect type of cell reference. It's gonna show in the like selected cell. So I'm gonna type in equal VLOOKUP. The lookup value is going to be 1 this time. So now I'm going to put in a comma, and now I'm going to use the function indirect over here. And then the reference cell is going to be this one. Close the parentheses, comma, column index number should be 2, comma, and then the false. Close the parentheses. Now what I'm going to do is just hit enter, and you can see for 1 it is red. Okay, which I have over here, the code, or maybe even the color. Okay, that is gonna be just exactly how you're gonna do it, but this is like J9. Okay, but we need this one, so I'm gonna do is select this one which we have over here. We're just gonna start from G9 to H13. So I'm gonna do is G9 H13. So I'm gonna keep the indirect one over here, and instead of using this one, I'm gonna do is select this one to be more specific. You can also lock in the value. So when I lock in the value, now you can use the fill header, and you can see you have found out the rest of the data. But I'm gonna show it to you again one by one. I'm gonna do is use this another time, equal, and then VLOOKUP. So just type in the lookup value is gonna be 2, and then comma, and then type in indirect, because we're using the what you call as the table array. So the table array is going to be G9, which I start from here and then end on here. So I'm going to do is G9, and then lock in the value if you want to, but you can also like not use the lock value, because if you want to do it individually on each ones, then you don't have to lock in the values. Okay, but if you want to like use the fill header and get the result just directly, you can use this to lock the values, and then you will be able to get the data. Because if you don't lock the values, the cell reference is going to just go down according to whenever you go down like this. Okay, so I'm going to lock in the value because I'm going to show it to you directly next time. Now I'm going to do is put in a comma, and then the column index number should be 2, comma, and then false. Type in false this time, close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can see for 2 it is good. So I'm going to use this type again on this like formulas tab. Which I'm going to do is just go to VLOOKUP. This time I'm going to do is select on 3, table array is gonna be, let's say the table array is H, which I have over here. I'm gonna do another thing over here is coming to equal indirect, open the parentheses, equal indirect, open the parentheses, and I'm gonna do is keep it this one, lock in. And sometimes it might not work in this way because formulas cannot be applied because this is function arguments, so I prefer not using that one. So let's just try and using this function. Okay, so this might not like work, but yet let's just try it. If there's value, so there's no value, so I'm gonna like cut it, and this cannot be done. So I'm gonna do is just type in equal VLOOKUP over here, and the lookup value is gonna be 3, put in a comma, and then indirect, not index but indirect, open the parentheses, reference cell, close the parentheses, like lock in the cell, close the parentheses, comma, and the column index number should be 2, comma, and then the false, you can double click on it, close the parentheses and hit enter, and you can see for it is excellent. And I'm gonna do is you just use the fill header to get the rest of the result. So hope you guys like understood everything, and thank you for watching this video.
Welcome back to our project of Microsoft Excel. In this project, we are going to be making a distinction of student mark sheet calculation. We're going to use a couple of formulas and couple of functions which will be used to determine a couple of things. Let's say marks, then average, rank, pass, fail, and status. So we already have a lot of data in our file or in our, let's say, spreadsheet file over here. So we're going to open that up and start off this project. So without any further ado, let's just hop on it. Now I'm going to do is open up Microsoft Excel, and there we have our table. In our table, we have role, name, and the number of subjects. Then we are going to use total, average, rank, pass, fail, and status. So even though we have all those, we have this, distribution over here, which is if it's greater than 75, it's distinction. If it's greater than 50%, it's good. And if it's less than 50, it is poor. We're going to determine all of those by using the value given over here. And we're going to use from 1 to 6, which is going to be from C to H. Okay, so let's just start off by getting our total marks. So we already know how we can get our total mark. We just have to type in equal, and then we can just sum it up. Click on sum. And we're going to do is click on the sum of each and every one over here. Close it off, or close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go. I'm going to do is increase this value and use the fill header to get the value of each and every one. Okay, now as we have the value, or as we have the total number or the total obtained marks of all of these students, we can also get them individually. Let's say if I change any of these data over here, let's say I'm going to type in 99, you will see that the data over here on the total will also change according to that value. Let's say I'm going to change this one over here and type in 84. And there we go, we have this change. Now, as we have that over here, we're going to go off to the next one, which is going to be the average mark of each and every student. Now, how are we going to get that? That is also very simple. I'm just going to type in equal. I'm going to type in, let's say, type in average. Okay, after you type in average, you have to type in each and every number of every specific student. So I'm going to type in this and put in a comma, and after you're done, you have to type in, let's say this is H2, and close up the parentheses, hit on enter, and there we go, we have the average, which is 40. Now we're going to do is use the fill header to get the value of each and every one. Let's say I'm going to use this one to get an individual value so that we can practice on our function. I'm going to type in average and select on these numbers. After each number, or after selecting each cell, make sure to use a comma so that there is, the distinction in between them. You have to type in, let's say, H8, and there we go, we have our cell. Now I'm going to use the fill header. I'm going to do the same thing, but you can also double click on this option, and there you go, we have it. I'm going to use this, and if you use the anchor, it will not give you any different value. Let's say I'm going to click on it and type in F4, and basically when you anchor each value, it's not going to give you the result of all the students. So I'm going to hit on enter, and when you use the fill header, you will basically see all will be the same number, but we don't want that. We want the individual value of each and every student.
as we are done putting in the value of the average. Now I'm going to do is cut this off, and we're going to do is put in our rank. Now, how are you going to get the rank? So for getting the rank, there is a specific function which you will be able to use. Just make sure to type in equal and then type in rank. And you have this rank average, rank EQ, but make sure to use this rank over here. This function is available for compatible and all of those. Okay, so it just gives you the rank or returns the rank of a number. Basically, you can see that just the rank over here doesn't work if you have a newer version, but you don't have to worry because you can also see that there is rank.eq. Okay, make sure to use that, double click on it, and then first off, what you have to do is select a specific number. Now you have to select that, then press on comma. Now we are going to select the specific reference. Now make sure that when you are fixing the reference or selecting a specific reference, you have to lock or anchor that data. Now we have our total over here on I2. So I'm going to type in I2 and make sure to pull this up or press on F4 to lock up that specific value. Now, what are you going to do? If you're going to press on comma, it's not going to work. So make sure to put in this, okay? And then put in the last rank or last total of your value, okay? Which is going to be I11. So I'm going to type in I11, then put in, or let's say also anchor that data and close off this parentheses. And you can see this is rank 10. What I'm going to do is use the fill header, and there we go. We have it over here. Now you can see this is 10, 4, 9, 2, 6, 3, 5, 7, 1. You can see this guy has the highest value. The second one has this value. Third is this. And then fourth is this. Then we have fifth over here, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th. Okay, so this guy is kind of like at the lowest. Now what we're going to do is use the pass or fail or determine if this guy has passed or fails. And at the end, we're going to use is get the status of that specific person. Now to get pass and fail, we're going to do is use the if function. So I'm going to type in equal over here, type in equal if, open up that parentheses, and then you're going to type in the and function. And after that, you're going to open up that parentheses, and also we're going to do is start off putting in our own value, which is going to be the logical 1, 2, and so on. So first I'm going to do is type in this value. Let's say this one, okay? And then if it is greater, let's say greater or equal to 35, equal to, let's say, I'm going to use 35, okay? So I'm going to do is get that 35 or maybe 40. That's like totally up to you. I'm going to type in 35, put in a comma, and then I'm going to do is put in our logical 2, which is subject 2 over here. I'm going to put this one over here. Type in if it is greater or equal to 35. Okay, I'm going to do is copy this whole thing. I'm going to do is cut this off. I'm going to do is 35. And make sure to copy this so that it makes your work a lot more easier. Put in a comma and then select the next one. Control V. Put in a comma, then select the next one. Control V, comma, this one. Control V, comma, Control V. There we go. And I'm going to do is do the last one, this one. Press on OK. Now this one I'm going to do is cut this off. Select on this value, Control V, put in a comma, this one, and Control V. There we go. We have all of it. And now you're going to do is close with parentheses. And now you're going to type in another function, but make sure to put in another comma because now we are going to put in our if function. Now, if it is, we're going to put in the logical test and the value if true, our value if false. Okay. So if you want to use that, what you have to first do is put in your parentheses and you have to type in pass. Pass, close with the parentheses, put in comma, and then you have to put in another one, let's say fail. Okay. Now, as we have put in pass and fail, now it's going to determine if it is a pass or if it's a fail. Okay, close out the parentheses and put in enter. We found the typo, so make sure to find that specific typo over here. No, I'm going to do is okay, and make sure to find it. Okay, this has double quotation, needs a double quotation over here, and you can see that this one is a fail. So this guy has more, or let's say a couple of values that are below 35. Okay, so I'm going to use this fill header and find out the ones of these ones too. So you can see that 3 of these guys has failed. Okay, So make sure to use that. Okay, let's just try another one over here. I'm gonna do start off from scratch. Okay, I'm gonna do is cut this off. Make sure to use our first is going to be if. Open up that if. Okay, equal if. Open that up. Type in and. Open that up, and then you're gonna put in your logical values. So I'm gonna type in this. Control V, comma. Select on this. Control V, comma. This. Control V, comma. Select this one. V, comma. And then this one. Control V, comma. And this one. Control V. Then close this parentheses off. And after closing off this parentheses, you're going to do the same thing which we did over here, which was putting in that exact value, which is pass or fail. I'm going to put in another comma, double quotation, pass, double quotation, comma, double quotation, then fail. And double quotation and close out the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. We have the same value over here, just as we did on the first one. Now we have a couple of pass and fails, and now we're going to do is put in our status. Now, if you want to get out your specific status, we also have to put in our same formula, which is going to be our if function. Now, from our if function, we're going to do is determine from our average, okay, if this guy is distinction, good, or poor. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is type in, or let's say we're going to find an individual ones. We're going to get like 3 individual ones. So we're going to start off with this if function, type in if, and we're going to put in our logical test, which is going to be our average of our first student, Ryan. I'm going to click on this average, which we have over here, and make sure to, let's say I'm going to use, if it is 75%, it's going to be distinction, okay? And if it is greater or less than 75, it's going to be, let's say, good. And if it is less than poor, or let's say less than 50%, it's going to be poor, okay? It's going to give me the exact keyword for each and every value. So after putting in that value, I'm going to put in, let's say 75. After putting in 75, put in a comma and then type in distinction. This distinction, which I have over here, CTION, double quotation, close it off. Then you're going to put in another comma and do the same thing on these ones, okay? Now, I'm going to do is put in value if it is false, okay? Now, what is this value if false? Now, what type of value do you want? You can see it over here. Now, what we're going to do is going to putting in another keyword, which is going to give us this exact value or exact status of this exact student on our, let's say, the second row, which is Ryan, okay? Now, I'm going to do is, okay, put in another if. I'm going to do is type in if. Open up this parentheses, and I'm going to type in this one, okay, J2, which we have over here. Select in this J2. If it is greater than 50, then it's going to be good, okay? Put in comma, and then type in the double quotation of good. Close out the parentheses again, or close out the double quotation, and then close off with a comma. After 50, make sure to put in your comma, okay? And I'm going to put in another comma inside of this value, and then type in another if, okay? Now, after opening another if, you're going to put in the last one if it is poor, okay? If it is less than 50, I'm going to do is type in less than 50 if, okay, put in the exact value first, which is J2. And I'm going to do is type in less than 50, so it's going to be poor, okay? But you can also put in the same value inside of it if it is good or bad, because it has the same number, which is 50, okay? So I'm going to do is type in, hit on enter, and let's see if it works first, okay? I'm going to do is cut this off. I'm going to do is double quotation, or close out the parentheses, hit on enter. There we go. We have 2 of these parentheses. And then what I'm going to do is make sure to put in another parentheses or close off with another parentheses, because there are 1 and there is another one, okay? So I'm going to do is close off this another one. Try hitting on enter, press on yes, and you can see that the value or the status is poor because it is less than 50, okay? Now, why did I say that you don't have to use another one? Because if you see the value is the same on 2 cells or 2 values, or let's say 2 status, you can use one if function. But if you see that the value is different when you are trying to distribute the status, then you have to use two if functions inside of a specific if function. Okay, now if I said that if it was 60, then if I typed in okay, then it will still give me 4 because it is less than 50, but now I want 60. So I have to type in another if function inside of this by putting in another comma, and then it will give me an individual status. So now you know how this basically works. Now let's find out the ones of the rest of them. You can use the fill header if you want to, but you can see that when I use the fill header, it will basically give me all of the results. But let's try doing another one, and let's find out this one. Okay, so I'm going to do is remove them, remove, delete. I'm going to type in equal and then type in if. Now we're going to do is see this again and click on it. We can see it over here, how this has been used. First on Control C. I'm going to do is make sure to use an individual value over here. Type in V. Now we're going to do is instead of J2, we're going to use is J6. Okay, I'm going to type in J6 and use the same one over here, J6. Okay, so hit on enter, and there you go. We have the actual answer of each and every one of them. So now you know how you'll be able to find out the grades of individual students, their status, rank, pass and fail, average, and also total. You can also use a percentage over here so that you get, exact result. And if you want to use decimals over here, that's also fine because it's still going to find out your exact value and also the status according to your need. So thank you for watching this video from the beginning to the end. And if you didn't understand any part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process.